will name. There are at least 24 things of barbaric torture and sadistic cruelty graphically shown. The presentation of disgusting...
It ain't no jive trying to stay alive. Silky won't revive from his final nosedive.
I'm here at the Video Wasteland, or Cinema Wasteland convention here in Strongville, and I'm here with what they say in the program guide here, the bull in the china shop or store, Ken Gish.
Yeah, that's me. Can't control me for 3 days. As you plainly see, my wife is also
has the bull by the horns, right?
There's only one.
Do you have horns?
Well, yeah, they pop out when the bull mistress excites me.
Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
In other words, you would say you're horny?
Yeah, well, I was going to get around to that. Yeah. Not this particular day with the events that led up to this weekend, but catch me Monday.
Catch you Monday?
Yeah.
Or catch you anytime?
Yeah, or call, and if the phone keeps ringing, you'll know about that horny thing.
I really have had a fantastic time here with Ghastly Ghoulie and everything. And
nice to have you.
Yeah. This is the second year for it.
Correct. Second year for the Wasteland Show.
Okay. So when do you start planning for the third year?
Well, their flyers are out already. We've already started planning for the third year. It'll be next October 4th, 5th, and 6th. Very same place, very same time.
Well, how do you get your different guests, your speakers and what have you?
They come by various sources. I've been in this business 13 years now, so a lot of the guests I have are friends. I approach them at shows myself. I write people I admire. I invite horror hosts that are friends of horror hosts that I know. They come various ways. You have a show and they will come.
They will come. But you don't have a cornfield somewhere in Iowa.
No, I don't have a cornfield.
But I mean, the people that I've met here, this is probably one of the friendliest conventions I've been at. I know that we have aficionados and people that love horror and science fiction. When you first started with the concept, I bet 10-1 that you were a drive-in theater maniac.
Oh, I grew up at the drive-in theaters here in Cleveland. We had several of them. What I had going for me was the fact that my father worked weird hours. He was a Cleveland policeman and worked weird hours, so when he had a chance to do something with the family, the drive-ins was the cheapest. He made the mistake of letting me, as a 10 or 12-year-old child, and my brother, as an 8 or 10-year-old child, pick the movie. So we sat through more horror films and black action films than any kids I knew at 10 or 12 years old.
What was your favorite drive-in theater movie?
Well, actually, I have several. Westworld was one. Michael Crichton's first film was a great film, only because it showed with an obscurity called Wicked Wicked, which was a film shot in split screen, where there were always two things going on at once. You saw the murderer's perspective and then the victim's perspective in the same film, which left a great mark on a 10-year-old kid at the time it came out.
Are you going to show it here?
I've never seen a print. I've never seen it on video. That's why that one sticks out as a personal weird favorite. It was the only time in my life I've ever seen it.
But I really want to, first of all, thank you for the interview, and give us the dates for the next Cinema Wasteland.
The next Cinema Wasteland show will be October 4th, 5th, and 6th, 2002. About a year and a month from now, hopefully we'll see a Ghastly Ghoul back, and Dr. Creep will be right along with him.
And do you have a partial guest list of people that may be coming?
Yeah, certainly. As far as next year goes, we'll have Don Pedro Coley, who starred in Beneath the Planet of the Apes, Black Caesar with Fred Williamson, and one of my personal drive-in favorites, Sugar Hill and her Zombie Assassins. Legendary drive-in producer and director Ted V. Michaels will be back with us next year. The guru of gore, Tom Savini, will be with us again next year. Tom Sullivan will be bringing back the Evil Dead Museum, and Michael Berryman, hopefully David Hess, and for sure Reggie Bannister, who missed this year's show, will be back with us. So we can almost guarantee you 7 top-notch guests a year in advance.
I wanted to ask a question. Is Astro Zombies going to be shown next year?
If we don't show Astro Zombies, which is another personal favorite, we're going to show Corpse Grinders.
No, I want to tell you, it's one of my favorites too, tongue-in-cheek. Actually, what we did with it on Shock Theater, we took Astro Zombies and actually ran it 4 segments in 4 different weekends on Shock Theater because we thought, whoa, man, this is yeah, got a rough time getting through it, you know. So I'd be looking forward to Astro Zombies.
Well, the worst part about it is Ted V. Michaels loved to hear what you did to it. He as long as you showed it, he appreciates it.
In fact, I have a personal copy of it. I mean, Jeff Crodel, who's a makeup artist from Universal Studios, he's up in our area now, and he gave me his copy, and I haven't given it back to him yet.
It's out on DVD. I own it on DVD. Give it the end of next month, and you can get Corpse Grinders on DVD as well.
Anything like the Driller Killers or something?
Well, actually, I prefer Corpse Grinders and Astro Zombies over the Driller Killer. They were cheesy fun, where Driller Killer was slow in the going.
But again, we really want to thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank everybody. I love to have everybody was here this year. I know in a bit of a tragedy, and it was just so nice to see. We had 700 fans show up this year. We fully expected 2,000, but in this tragedy, it was nice to see people that came out and celebrated the fun of fake tragedy, fake horror, and got their mind off the real thing.
And again, we want to thank you very, very much for the interview, and you're doing a fantastic job, Ken.
Thank you.
All right.
Great.
Why did you let me fall asleep?
To give myself a chance to get away from you. I fully intended to kill myself for love, but it was such a beautiful afternoon I kept coming back to the surface for one last look. I regret to announce I've decided to live.
How foolish of you. I'm sure the world would have been a better place to live in without your lascivious presence.
I take it that means disapproval of me.
Completely.
Well, perhaps I made a mistake to come back.
You came back because you couldn't find another female around for miles. Now admit it.
You're right.
You're incorrigible. Mr. Wiles, you are going to tangle with the wrong woman one day, and she's going to give you your head for going away present. You never take me seriously.
Well, how can I take you seriously in a situation like this? You put some clothes on and I'll think about it.
Treat me like a chorus girl in a nightclub.
Well, I must say that you have certain things in common.
Possibly, but for one difference. I have $1 million and they don't.
Well, you've made an eloquent point. Are you proposing marriage?
Don't be vulgar.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got carried away. Come to think of it, you haven't been married in months.
You're not very funny.
And after one divorce and one annulment, I've quit trying.
You keep talking like this and I'm going back to the villa.
Oh, what for? Everybody's still asleep. Seriously, who is going to be the next Senor Divieso?
I'm not interested in marriage.
Well, that's obvious. What's the secret of your charms?
My bank account.
You mean that, don't you?
They all marry me for my money.
They must have been blind.
No, they knew what they were doing. I was the one who was blind.
You're the most exciting woman in the world.
Wish I could believe you, darling. But you have this kind of dialogue every day.
What if I added a footnote and proved it?
Probably would sell 1 million copies and possibly would get on the bestseller list. No, Peter. You're fun, but you'll never make the grade as a husband. You're strictly the playmate type.
You make me sound like a French poodle. What?
Very charming, delightful, but not very substantial. Your daughter would have you committed if you ever brought Venus de Vieta home as a stepmother.
You can find more ways to say no than the government.
I'm not saying no to everything.
Well, then you do have a saving grace.
Aren't you relieved?
No, but I think another swim might help.
Oh, you spend too much time in the water as it is.
And you don't spend enough. Come on, I'll race you in.
No, Peter. No, I don't want to get my hair wet.
Well, here, wear this, and don't tell me you're tired. You've been resting all afternoon.
No, Peter.
Well, come on. It's either that or I carry you.
Do I have to?
Well, there's miles of white beach being wasted. Don't you feel ashamed?
Well...
Ah, come on. Come on.
Voodoo.
Voodoo? Why, it's right out of the Middle Ages.
But it can kill, Peter, and does. That thing we saw just down there on the beach was no illusion.
Ah,
Stay out of it. If you want to write a book about voodoo, go back to where you're safe. Here you're surrounded by evil.
now how can you say such things? This is the 20th century, the age of science and enlightenment. There should be no corner of the world where such things are permitted to exist.
But they do exist, and until we are able to understand them, we must accept their powers. Stay out of it. Don't report the body. Let the police find it.
And what will they do? Nothing. Why, they're as frightened as you are.
I'm not frightened, Peter. I just respect what I cannot understand.
What you mean to say is you fear what you can't understand.
This is my home. I was born here, and I've seen things that you, with your science and enlightenment, would have great difficulty in explaining.
Well, isn't it clear, Venus? The whole concept of voodoo is a sort of autosuggestion, a self-hypnosis, a disease that preys on an ignorant mind. Why, these natives here have no education. Their imagination is like a child's. Children fear the dark until they understand that the shadows don't contain monsters and goblins.
Can we be sure that there is no evil force at work in the world, just as there are forces for the good? The devil doesn't wait until we die to punish us.
The devil doesn't exist.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it any more conclusively that there is no God? There is evil in the world, Peter. Sometimes it's almost as if you could touch it. It's like a mist, a fog, a dampness that possesses things. We would be ignorant indeed not to recognize its presence.
Evil is a state of mind.
Then what we saw down there is a figment of our imagination.
What we saw down there was a murdered man. The pin was probably dipped in poison.
It was a mistake to remove it.
Not if it proves my point. People aren't wished dead. There are always reasons. And there's no mystery about poison.
His fate was sealed way before the pen ever touched his body.
He was murdered. And I'm not going to stand by and see his death, whoever he was, listed as cause unknown. Well, I've read the police reports, page after page of them. Death unknown. Now, how can the police be so naive?
Not naive, Peter. They just prefer to stay out of things that do not concern them.
And those drums every night. Are they deaf? Why aren't those meetings raided? Those ceremonies, why are they permitted to continue?
Meetings.
Oh, now you're being naive. The whole town knows what's going on.
Voodoo is a religious ritual. What would you have them arrested for? They're expressing a desire to worship, a desire to appease the unknown. You do the same thing in your more refined societies.
But we don't murder and call it piety. Very well, I'll pretend to believe.
They'll see through you.
May I remind you, Senorita Divieso, that I have a reputation for exposing myths, whether they be political, military, or religious. And your voodoo cultists don't frighten me. I'll expose them as well.
Do me one favor. Try to understand them first, then expose them.
A sensible request. But first I have some questions for Marmorata.
You're going to see her now?
I'm going to return her pin.
Voodoo Queen does not see a disbeliever.
She'll see me.
It's customary to be invited.
I have a reputation for party crashing.
Oh, Peter, you're going down an unknown path.
Not for very long. You asked me to understand. Very well, I'll go to the Queen herself. I'll get my information straight from the Serpent's mouth. Miss Samantha, Mum.
Yes, sir?
If you wanted to see Marmarata Loy, how would you get to her?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiles. It slipped.
I asked you a question.
I know nothing about that woman.
I find that hard to believe, Sir Mathamum. You're my chief source of information. You know everything that's going on. Don't worry, I'm not going to send you. I'm going to visit the sweet old lady myself.
She's not sweet, Mr. Wiles, and she's not old.
I'll judge that for myself. Come on, how do I get there?
Take the north road to the cliff, cut across Jungle Hill to the top. There you'll find an altar and a path. The path leads to her place in the valley. But you might get lost, Mr. Wiles. That jungle is awful thick. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get a man to take you there.
Thank you.
What do you want to see her for?
All business reasons.
Do you know what her business is, Mr. Wiles?
I'm well aware of her flourishing enterprise.
Blood! Blood in my heart! That's a bad omen, Mr. Wiles. That's a bad omen. I don't think you should go.
You have that man ready.
人生路，美夢似路長，路裏風霜撲面光，紅塵裏，美夢有幾多方向？
又想利用我殺小倩？冇錯，最近佢哋對我好不和，睇嚟我哋都係正邪不能兩立。你隻妖怪嘅法力好高強，咁樣你鬥唔鬥得贏佢㗎？
But we're at Video Wasteland in Strongville, a convention for those people loving the genre of science fiction and horror motion pictures. And I've had a fantastic time here. There's a lot of people I want you to meet. So let's get back to our motion picture, and then we'll meet these people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wiles,
Yes?
your daughter is here.
Thank you. My daughter? Well, she wasn't due to Lemoore.
I don't know nothing about that. She's in the library with the man.
Oh, that would be Warren, her husband. I'll be right in.
Yes, sir.
What an interesting room.
And what a collection of books.
Sarah!
Daddy!
Oh, you're a day early.
Well, doesn't that make you happy?
Of course, darling. And it's wonderful to hear your English accent again. You're so much like your mother. Well, so this is my replacement.
Now, don't be cynical. Darling, this is the infamous J. Peter Wells, novelist, lecturer, and general debunker of mankind.
Quite an introduction for someone who's never read my books.
I've proofread everything you've written in the last 5 years, down to the last semicolon.
That's what I mean. She reads them before publication, never buys the book. Well, how are you, my boy?
Hot.
I know what you mean, but you'll get used to it in time. Several years, I should say. Sit down.
I've heard a lot about you, sir.
I'm sure you have. Anything that can be repeated in mixed company?
Daddy likes to pretend he's a rogue, but he's a little puppy dog.
I know, whose bark is worse than his bite. Well, you can see what you're in for, Warren. She'll hound you into an early grave.
I'm willing.
We'd love to have a look around the country.
Tomorrow will be soon enough. How about dinner tonight at some little place in town?
Oh, wonderful.
And just to make it even, I'll drum up a date.
Oh, the local native?
Well, she's local, but not a native. Your daddy's been seeing a lot of a certain Senorita Di Vieso to keep himself from being bored.
Vieso, isn't she
Quite right, an heiress. I rather enjoy her sense of humor.
Daddy, Warren, we've got to get him married before he does anything foolish.
I can think of nothing more foolish than marriage for me right now.
But you're a distinguished writer.
But can't I be a distinguished cat as well? I'll have Samantha Mum show you to your room.
Where did you find her?
Samantha Mum? Oh, she was selling flowers in a market one day. I asked her a few questions about this country. She knew the answers, and she's been my cook ever since. But Samantha Mum?
Yes, sir.
Glad to have you here, Warren. Make the most of your honeymoon. Marriage lasts a long time.
The longer the better.
Oh, this boy is asking for punishment. Take him away. Hey, Samantha.
Yes, Mr. Wiles. This way, please.
Senorita Di Vieso, please.
He's handsome, Sarah, and so young. I bet he swims like a fish. Do you want?
A little.
Listen to him, and everyone says that American men are conceited.
But Warren is the exception.
I'm sure of it. After all, you wouldn't have married him otherwise. I still think it was kind of selfish of you to put such an attractive man out of circulation.
More wine, anyone?
No, thank you. It's getting late. We ought to be going.
Nonsense. You're in the tropics now. No one goes to bed early. Ah, Dangasing.
She will make for you a charm of fish and play. Soon your enemy will move silently away.
Must he sing that song?
But it's Calypso.
Dance Kalinda, bodum bodum. Dance Kalinda, hey. Dance Kalinda, bodum bodum dum. Gangam, di tele tele. Gangam, di tele. Dance Kalinda, bodum bodum. Dance Kalinda, hey. Dance Kalinda,
find her.
Don't be critical, darling. Listen to the music.
Do you do everything so well?
Only when I have the right partner.
She reminds me of that belly dancer in Cairo.
Well, that was entirely different.
Now don't get burned, Mr. Wilde. Look at him. If I didn't know Warren better, I'd say he was enjoying himself.
He is.
On my honeymoon.
Skipper, this is something all young wives have to cope with.
Not me. It's something Warren is going to have to cope with.
He has. Don't worry, Venus loves to flirt. That's all it is, flirtation.
Do me a favor, Daddy. Keep her away from Warren.
You were wonderful. I didn't know you're an entertainer.
But of course, entertaining is one of my favorite pastimes.
You must have a lot of leisure.
Well, I think we ought to get some fresh air. These little places get so stuffy. How about a drive along the beach? There's a full moon.
You can drop Warren and me at the villa.
But, darling, I thought you wanted to see the country. Now I'm just beginning to get in the mood.
So I noticed. One can catch malaria that way.
What you mean by that?
You married her, son. You figure it out.
Did I do something wrong?
Oh, nothing another man wouldn't notice. Wouldn't like to join us.
No, thank you, Daddy. We've had enough for one day. I'll see you at breakfast.
Certainly has been nice meeting you.
The pleasure was all mine. We might go swimming sometime when you're here. I'm sure you could teach me a great deal.
Well, I'd be happy to try.
See you later, son. Good night, dear.
Remember me? You married me 4 days ago.
Now what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just allergic to older women. I'd be happy to try.
To be quite honest with you, I ought to take you over my knee and tan your hide.
How nice.
I'm going to return this to Mama Rada Loy tomorrow.
But...
Now, not another word.
All right. But please be careful.
Venus, give the kids a chance, will you, and stop your flirting?
I was just being nice and hospitable.
I can't blame Warren, though. One would have to have an awfully low boiling point not to want you.
Do you find me desirable?
I can take you or leave you. I've had more experience than our attractive young friend.
And what did you learn in your experience?
A great deal.
About what?
About about what to do in an emergency?
Is this an emergency?
Uh-huh.
Heaven and me, whether girl or boy, you should knock upon the door, Mamarada Lloyd. She will make for you a charm out of fish and clay. Soon your enemy will move silently away. Dance Kalinda, budum budum, dance Kalinda, hey. Dance Kalinda, budum budum dum, kangamu ni tele tele. Kangamu tele. If you lay up on your bed wishing to be well, call for Mama Radaloy asking for a spell. She will make for you a brew out of snails and rum, let them sing and splitting you. Soon you'll have the rum. Dance Kalinda, budum budum, dance Kalinda, hey. Dance Kalinda, budum budum. Kangamu ni tele tele, kangamu ni tele. Take some honey, take some hair, take some jungle fern. Place it underneath your bed, husband will return. If his lips have turned to eyes, if his heart is stone, by a Mama Rada child.
I've come to see Mama Rada. I've come to see Mama Rada. Well, I'm J. Peter Wiles.
I know who you are, and you are not welcome.
I come in good faith.
Are you a believer?
No.
Then you do not come in good faith. You come in a bright light to look into dark corners.
How else can I find out the truth?
Did you want the truth or information? Why do you tamper with the unknown?
Tamper? Well, if what you represent is the truth, then no amount of tampering can change it. The real power of truth lies in the questioning.
Truth of my live in the shadow, Peter Wiles. There are many things in this life that you do not comprehend. You are a writer. You should content yourself with storytelling. Forget what we have seen, Peter Wiles. Forget it and go.
Who is that man?
A disbeliever, like yourself. Only he repenting for his disbelief.
I'll release him.
All I have to do, Peter Wiles, is call out. Don't hold me again. The spirit would hold that against you.
Christian spirit?
The spirit of serpents.
Snakes?
Spirit of the Bellawedder. The reptile is the holy thing.
Not where I come from.
Where you come from, they are only ignorance.
Ignorance? Very well, then. Let me enlighten my people. Let me save them from their pagan ways.
You speak but say nothing.
I wish to be your friend.
I prefer to be your enemy.
I see. And when you fear me enough, you'll put a gree-gree on my doorstep and plan my death.
I serve to the Bellawedder.
And which of you goes around sticking hat pins in disbelievers?
You are a fool.
But not foolish enough to believe in voodoo. You call yourself a voodoo queen. The police might prefer to call you a murderess.
What you speak does not concern me.
I found a man on my beach this morning with this hat pin in his body.
It does not belong to me.
No? Then you can give it back to Dom Bailiff.
You blasphemy.
Do I? Well, let's see how Dom Bailiff stands up to it. Good afternoon.
You are a brave man.
But not afraid, so don't bother fixing me. I'm in excellent health and reasonably well adjusted. Oh, yes, and remember, I sleep with a gun.
To live, to disbelieve is to die. Something wrong?
Nothing, not a thing. You better get back to the kitchen and don't mention this to anyone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, morning, sleepyhead. We've been up for hours.
Sarah, Warren, I see you've had your morning dip.
Oh, the water's great. You should have come with us.
I'm not on my honeymoon. I can go swimming anytime. You really like it, huh?
Terrific. If I could afford it, I'd spend the rest of my life here.
With or without me?
Oh, you could stay if you want to.
Daddy, I'm sorry about last night. About being rude, I mean. Warren and I had a talk about it. And I promise never to be jealous again. Is there something wrong? Were you thinking of your book?
As long as you're here, my book does me. Get your hands off of that.
Daddy, what's this all about?
Thing in that box.
What is it?
You're on your honeymoon. This is no time to...
What's in the box? A skull with a pin through the forehead. What does it mean?
That doesn't mean a thing. I got it at the local museum.
Daddy, that package was sent to you. What does it mean?
Voodoo. I'm sorry I talked to you that way, Warren.
That's all right, Mr. Wiles. I understand. Drink?
No, thanks.
Darling?
No, thank you, dear. Are you in danger?
Only the superstitious are in danger. I don't believe in fixes.
Fixes? What are they?
Well, if you were a voodoo cultist, Warren, and you had an enemy, you'd have him fixed. You'd send him a gree-gree.
That song last night.
Yes, that song. Only voodoo is more than love potions and cures. It's a very dangerous and ignorant practice.
But who would send you something like this?
The voodoo queen herself, Mama Radaloy.
Mama Radaloy.
She's trying to frighten me.
Why?
Because she knows I propose to put her out of business.
Does this have anything to do with your book?
Naturally.
Well, maybe you ought to give it up.
Sarah, I've been planning to come down here for the last 2 years. The black art of voodoo has been preying on the Western mind for almost 200 years. My book will help to bring that to an end.
You've met her, this Mama Rada?
Yes.
Does she have any influence with the natives?
I suppose so. The voodoo priestess carries a lot of weight. But our voodoo queen only has one hope, of filling my mind with doubt, corrupting my sanity. Frankly, our hat pins don't bother me.
Well, they bother me.
Don't worry about her, Mr. Wiles. I'll keep an eye on her.
And you may have to. Our voodoo friends might resort to retaliation against you and Sarah. It'd be best if you didn't go wandering around after dark.
Mr. Wiles, there's a man here to see you.
Who is it?
Inspector Escobedo.
Oh, tell him I'll be right in.
Yes, sir.
The police.
So?
Well, what do they want here?
I know the inspector well. He's an excellent chess player. He drops by often. Now forget this ugly mess and go back to the beach. Remember, Warren, honeymoons don't last forever.
It's only a movie. It's only a movie. Remember, it's only a movie. Last House on Dead End Street. Rated R.
You got your sunglasses.
All right.
Oh, yo. Hey, how you living? This is insanity, right? So excellent. Yeah. So, we're Low Budget Pictures, and we're based in basically Rochester and Buffalo, New York. And we make films that are so wacky and blood-drenched even, that you at home would probably be squirting in your jeans in laughter, or either puking in the toilet and then laughing at the same time while you're puking in the toilet. Because this stuff is insane!
Insane. So what's with the gorilla?
Oh, Teen Ape, actually. It's Teen Ape. Well, this is what happens, see. Instead of, like, Charlton Heston on a Planet of Apes, this guy was, BAM! Bushwhacked on a planet full of humans. This planet. So he was like, where am I? Damn you, you finally did it, you bastards. So he's here. So we were like, whoa, look at this ape walking around. Let's put him in Anal Paprika 2. So we put him in Anal Paprika 2 ever since then.
Subsequent film since then.
It blew up. Teen Ape has been a part of Low Budget Pictures since then.
International superstar and Playboy.
So now he's the mascot for Low Budget Pictures.
I see.
Oh my gosh, we just did Mova Zombie Ass Kicker last year with this was our what? This was our second film with Troma.
Yes.
We make films with Troma. They help us out. They throw in a little money here and there and whatnot. Doug Sackman, head of production at Troma, is like our co-producer for Low Budget Pictures. Yeah. It's insane! And Lloyd Kaufman thinks we're like the cat's meow. So look at this here. We got Virginia Masry, TopHeavy.com model. She made her screen debut in Scrotal Vengeance, which we just finished.
I see.
It's going to be out at probably the Fangoria Convention 2002. And yeah, she was pretty hot. What did you think about Scrotal Vengeance?
And working with Low Budget Pictures.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot of fun. It was really exciting to do it. It was a totally interesting experience.
And she loved exploiting her bosom.
Yes,
and,
yes,
look at
at
this. We got
TopHeavy.com.
we have our professional bodyguard right here, Timothy McTwine. He's protecting the bosomy Virginia from all these skanks out here. And so yeah, this is what we do. $10 each. This is insane. This is Cinema Wasteland.
Sweet. All right. Well, there you go. You had that all prepared, didn't you?
Yeah.
I've been working on that for weeks.
Herbert West is at the top of his class in medical school.
How can you teach such drivel? These people are here to learn, and you're closing their minds before they even have a chance. What are you?
He's brilliant, but a little weird.
I've broken the 6 to 12 minute barrier. I've conquered brain death.
His experiments have always been unorthodox.
It was dead.
But lately, they're getting out of hand. And he's just made a discovery that could wake up the dead.
Herbert West has affected reanimation in dead animal tissue.
What are you thinking? How do you feel? You? 15 cc's of reagent being administered.
Once you wake up the dead, you've got a real mess on your hands.
Herbert, you're insane! Now what happened? I had to kill him! He's dead? Not anymore.
Herbert West brought a lot of dead people back to life, and not one of them showed any appreciation. H.P. Lovecraft's classic tale of horror, Reanimator.
Mr. West. You'll never get credit for my discovery. Who's going to believe a talking head? Get a job in a sideshow.
It will scare you to pieces.
A basket of bamboo straw, I tie the top with a string. I sell the basket to tourist man to buy my mama a ring, to buy my mama a ring. To market, do not bring alone a man. For bargain, pay what you can.
I string the bead for your lady's neck. You think me a pathetic gun. I make you pay for the luxury tax. Oh, things nobody else wants, Oh, things nobody else wants.
To market, do not bring along a man. For bargain, pay what you can. I sell bananas, I pick by hand, to anyone with the price. Today bananas belong to me, tonight the man with the dice, tonight the man with the dice. To market, do not bring along a man. For bargain, pay what you can.
I may be primitive in my way and wear no sandal or glove, but I could show you a thing or two about the making of love, about the making of love.
To market, do not bring along a man. For bargain, pay what you can. Pay what you can. Pay what you can. Pay what you can. Pay what you can.
Hello.
Hiya. I see you got a new song.
Oh, a calypso song is always a new song. You make it up as you go along. Come on.
Calypso is really amazing.
What brings you to the marketplace without your pretty wife?
Well, that's why I'm here. You see, I wanted to get her a gift, and I didn't want her to know about it.
Oh, what kind of a present were you looking for?
Oh, something native. Jewelry, the kind you were singing about. Well, like this.
Oh, Sarah is much too lovely to wear shells and beads. There's a special kind of a booth back there. Come on. Well, here we are. No, I was wrong.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, the natives make a beautiful beaten metal. They antique and burnish flecks of stone into it.
Where could I find it?
I don't know. They very seldom sell it in the market. You see, it is very expensive and usually is made to order.
Gosh, and I wanted a surprise, Sarah. You know, tomorrow will have been married a week, and I thought... You probably think I'm silly wanting to buy a present when I've only been married a week.
Oh, nonsense. I think it's very sweet.
But I would like to get some of that beaten metal. Sarah would love it.
Well, I must confess, it's sort of a hobby with me. Whenever I see a piece I like, I just buy it and very seldom wear it. In fact, I have a drawer full of it at home.
This is really beautiful country.
Yes, I think so, too. I'm very proud of it.
Hey, about this metal, this beaten metal that you were talking about, would you consider selling me some of it?
I'll do better than that. I'll give it to you. After all, it is your first anniversary.
1 week.
Still, 1 week is an anniversary. Do you have a car?
No, I walked. You see, I didn't want my wife to ask questions. She doesn't know I'm gone.
Well, let's go up to my place. I'll pick out a couple of pieces for you, and I'll give it to you there.
Gee, that's sure nice of you.
Not at all. I'm happy to be of service. I do the same for any tourist. Come on. Be home. Oh, you don't have to be so formal.
I'd rather. You have a beautiful place.
I guess it is. I get tired of it sometimes, though. Would you care for a drink?
It's a little early for that, isn't it?
That depends what you call early. For me, any time before 12 o'clock noon is the middle of the night.
This is a very interesting place. You must be very wealthy.
I haven't given it too much thought. I suppose I am. You seem nervous. You're not too much in a hurry to get back, are you?
Sarah doesn't know I'm gone.
If you want to call her, the telephone is in the next room. On second thought, we'll ignore Sarah. After all, we're planning a surprise for her, aren't we? Let's go in and see the jewelry.
Okay.
years ago, I became interested in serpents. Most people find them repulsive, usually because someone has told them that snakes were evil. This is my favorite piece. I wear it very seldom.
You have enough jewelry here for a museum.
I get angry with myself sometimes. I don't particularly care for collectors.
Who would have thought you had such a collection? You're a remarkable woman, senorita.
Am I?
I've never met anyone quite like you.
A compliment at last.
I know I shouldn't say this, but...
Oh, please do. Or perhaps I will say it for you. You find me attractive.
Yes.
You desire me. You Americans, slaves to your own guilty feelings. Why engage yourself in soul struggle over such a simple matter? You want me and I want you.
And Sarah?
Sarah can have the bracelet in your hand. A gift from me. I'm very generous and the bracelet is very expensive. On second thought, we'll ignore Sarah. You keep it. As a token. A memento of what is to come.
No. You keep the bracelet. It belongs to your collection. I don't.
Consider the serpent to be the image of the devil, but to the voodoo, he is a god whom they worship, the snake god Don Belahuedo. He is, however, not a god of justice and mercy, but a god of death and vengeance. Now, the most terrifying aspect of the voodoo religion is the legend of the serpent of revenge. Every decade, Don Belahuedo sends this serpent back to destroy all non-believers. The spirit of Don Bela enters the body of a woman who soon grows to resemble a reptile. And this half-woman, half-serpent has been known to murder countless thousands. In 1949, the police files of this country recorded 17 mysterious deaths. It was strange to read that all were victims of heart failure and bore peculiar markings on the throat and chest, as from the fangs of a great snake.
Daddy, the 10 years are up. This is the year when...
Exactly. That's why I chose this particular time to come to this place.
You expect a series of murders?
Well, we've already had 2. One washed up on the beach, and Inspector Escobedo called me this morning. There's been another, found hanging from a tree on the top of Jungle Hill.
And you expect more?
I hope I'm wrong, but I expect more.
Daddy?
Yes, Skipper?
I want you to come with Warren and me when we return.
Impossible.
I forbid you to stay.
Forbid?
Can't you see?
Skipper, my life has been riddled with danger for the last 20 years. I thrive on it.
But murder. Think of all the innocent people who'll be murdered.
If the legend is true, we know it isn't. We also know that murder has a motive, and I propose to trace these murders right to their source, to Mama Rada Loy. been another murder.
What?
The corpse is over there.
Corpse?
Let's go up to the house and call Escobedo.
I'm indebted to you for calling so quickly, senor.
Who is he?
A man by the name of Xavier. Rodrigo Xavier, a sugar plantation owner.
And the cause of death?
We shall establish that later. Tell me, Senor Wiles, how did you happen to find the body?
Well, I heard those voodoo drums, dog barking, and then I found...
I see. Please be careful, senor, or you may not live to finish your book. When I asked you to cooperate, I didn't mean quite so fully.
Well, I had a premonition.
Keep your premonitions to paper hereafter, senor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Inspector. Call me if you need me.
I shall do that.
Sarah, anybody home? What are you doing here?
Your daughter let me in.
Does she know who you are?
I told her I was helping you with your book.
Well, that you are.
Peter Wiles, I have come with a warning.
Not another one.
This warning does not concern you.
Oh? Giving up so easily?
The time of the serpent is at hand.
And I suppose you're in communication with this phenomenon.
The Bella Widow reveals everything to me.
Well, I'm well aware of your serpent of revenge and the rest of your voodoo trappings. I'm unimpressed, and I still sleep with a gun.
Bullets cannot harm the serpent goddess.
No?
She is destroyed only by seeing her reflection.
Bullets will do well enough, thank you.
You are going to hunt the spirit of Dumbella?
I'm going to destroy the spirit of Dumbella as soon as she has the courage to confront me.
You cannot destroy what's not flesh and blood.
Well, I can try.
It'd be better if you gave more thoughts to your loved ones.
My daughter is well aware of the situation here. She's a very intelligent and rational young woman, and she has a strong young husband to protect her.
You are not as well informed as you pretend, Peter Wiles. The heart of Dumbella is a woman. Think on this, and you will understand.
Did she go?
Yes. I brought you some coffee.
Thanks, I could use some.
You be in for dinner? Mr. Wiles.
Huh?
Will you be home for dinner?
Oh, yes.
Well, I fixed something special for Miss Sarah and Mr. Warren. They wanted to eat out on the patio.
I won't disturb them. I'll eat inside.
Senorita de Viezo called. Said for you to drop by this evening in case you're not doing anything.
Venus? How long ago?
About an hour ago. I looked for you, but I guess you were on the beach.
Thanks.
I'm here with greatness, and I do mean greatness. I'm not worthy, with Bill Blair, and he's been on several shows that I really enjoy. Babylon 5, and how many episodes have you?
Yeah, I was on Babylon 5 from almost the very beginning in season 1, and over the 5 seasons did over 60 episodes, plus 2 of the TV movies that aired on TNT. That was In the Beginning and Third Space.
And another one of my favorite movies was Space 9. Deep Space Nine.
Oh.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine television.
Yeah.
That was one of my first episodes on Star Trek Deep Space Nine was the House of Quark, where I played my very first Klingon. It was really enjoyable. I was a member of the Klingon High Council, and that was just the first of over 35 episodes I did on that series.
And another one of my favorite shows, you were on Sliders.
Sliders, I did, my first episode was called Genesis, where I played a Cro-Mag guard. That was the season premiere, the next to the last season, which was Jerry O'Donnell's last season, of course. We're sorry to miss him. And then I worked the entire last season with when Robert Floyd and Temba Locke came in to join Clavant and Kari. And we had a great time. It was a wonderful crew and production staff to work with.
Oh, I know. You enjoy playing an alien? You played a lot of them. Okay.
Well, from the fact that I have to admit I do suffer from multiple personality syndrome. This just seems to fit me really, really well. I love playing all these different characters, the different aliens, and it's not routine. I get to go to work as somebody new every day, it seems.
And you have a green card, right?
I have my let me show you right here.
All right, okay.
I have my very own green card. So I am a legal alien in this country or anywhere I go that the INS wants to track me. And this is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I understand it. Yeah, go ahead.
So now you have a green card, and you're welcome to use my name, because any alien can use whatever name you want from whatever planet or country you may come from.
I'd be honored to use your name. I understand that the new series is coming out on television this fall, Enterprise, that you did an episode.
Yes, I've been fortunate enough to already have worked one episode of the new show, Enterprise. People know that this does come from the Star Trek world, but it's separate. It is called Enterprise, and I play a Vulcan monk in the episode The Andorian Incident. Now, you may remember the Andorians from the original series, and so I'm going to just let you know that watch for some of the older alien races being reintroduced in this series.
And I understand you have the ears that you wore in this particular episode.
Actually, I have a couple sets of the ears. I got a new set every day that I worked, and a lot of people don't realize the Vulcan ears are not as big and cumbersome as you might think. They're just tips that go on the top of your ears and glue on. And then on the other side here, they actually have the eyebrow covers. We do not shave eyebrows. That's a no-no in the business. I like my eyebrows the way they are, so we cover up mine.
Nice eyebrows, too.
Thank you very much. And so we cover these eyebrows up and actually put on other eyebrows that are Vulcan eyebrows.
You're not only an actor, but you're also an author, and you have one of your books here.
Yes, a few years back, I wrote this book called The Professional's Talent Handbook, The Guide to Getting Started. It's actually a book I wrote based on my teachings. I used to teach for a company called John Robert Powers, now known as Powers International, and it covers both the aspects and fields of modeling and acting. Because I feel that anybody in this wants to be in business, especially as an actor, has to have a really good presence about themselves. And that comes from the modeling field as well as anywhere else, to learn about your manners, your posture, the wardrobe that you wear, how you present yourself to people. This book covers that, as well as the attitudes of acting to decide where you fit best into the business overall. And real informative, an introduction, especially for parents that want to know how to get their kids into the business and not get ripped off.
Do you teach anymore?
No, I actually I don't teach formally anymore. I do a lot of teaching here at conventions.
You definitely do. Okay.
But I do. I love sharing information with people and giving parents and kids a head start if this is the area they want to go into. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be giving a talk here at this convention in Strongsville in about 10 minutes or so, and hopefully some people in here will come in and join us, and maybe you can catch a couple of pieces of it.
I hope so, too. And again, thanks for the interview. I am in the presence of greatness, so I have to bow to you. And thanks once again.
I think this Dr. Creep is the best creep I have ever met. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
Thank you.
You're
for
wonderful.
The endorsement. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. I'll try to get in there.
Is the horseshoe of Hakala. What evil lurks in the town of death?
You must see Curse of the Headless Horseman.
And have
coochie-coo to the carnival. The carnival of blood. Do you dare to come alone?
Coming soon to your local theater.
Samantha, I won't be home for dinner after all.
Yes, sir.
Boy, this cake is good.
Thank you.
All wives should be good cooks. To you, sweetheart. The sweetest wife in the world. Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
We promised never to keep anything from each other, didn't we?
Yes, it's good psychology.
No matter what happens, we talk it out between us.
Yes. But what brought that up?
Sarah, do you love me?
What?
Do you?
Of course, silly.
All you have to do is say yes.
Are words necessary?
Hardly, but I just wanted you to know. I went into town today while you were helping your dad with his notes. I wanted to get you a gift.
Oh, Warren, what is it?
Well, I didn't get it. You see, I met the Senorita Viezo.
Go ahead.
Well, wait a minute. I met her in the market. I told her about wanting to get you a gift, and, well, she said she had some native jewelry made out of beaten metal. Listen to me. I knew you'd like that kind of stuff. You're always buying souvenirs. And she suggested we go to her place.
And?
Well, something happened. She tried to... She said we could talk these things out.
What is it to talk about? That you forgot you were married and suddenly found yourself chasing a pretty girl?
I didn't chase her.
Well, you went to her house, didn't you?
I kissed another girl. Rather, she kissed me, and I'm sorry. I didn't have to tell you, but in case you're interested... Oh, brother. Dames, they drive you crazy.
I'm sorry, Warren.
Look, let's get something straight. I walked out on the Senorita. Nothing happened.
called. I was invited to drop by, wasn't I?
Of course, I forgot. I'm getting terribly absent-minded lately.
Where have you been?
Here and there.
I wouldn't drink that if I were you. There's something wrong with it. Are you feeling well?
Why is all this concern for me all of a sudden? You haven't called for days?
My book.
Oh, yes, a dreadful, silly book.
Venus, I don't want to frighten you, but someone's been tampering with your liquor.
How?
I don't know. How about your servants? Do you trust them? There was another murder, and Mama Rada Loy paid me a visit.
Oh, you too?
She was here?
She asked me to get you to stop writing your book.
Anything else?
No. Except this ring. She gave me this ring. She said it will protect me.
Venus, do you see that tiny mark on your finger? You're being drugged. The ring, the liquor, it all adds up.
Drugged? But why?
I don't know. Have you noticed anything strange about your behavior lately?
Why did you say that?
That's just an idea. All these things, they seem to add up.
Peter, I need help. I have to tell someone. I don't know, maybe you're right. You're right. Maybe I should see a doctor, a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist?
There's things I can't explain. Long period of time that I can't account for, and sometimes it feels as if I'm two people going in two different directions. At night, I dream horrible things. You said voodoo was self-hypnosis. Have I hypnotized myself?
Do you believe that?
No,
But
but...
do you want to believe that?
Of course not. Oh, Peter, help me. I'm all sick inside.
It's all right, darling. That's why I'm here. The first thing, you must stay away from that liquor. Second, go straight to bed. Do you have a sedative?
Sleeping pills?
Yes. Well, take them. Take them and sleep as long as you can. Don't leave this house, and don't see anyone until I call you tomorrow. Do you understand?
Yes.
I think we know who Don Bela is.
What? Who?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I know how I can find out.
Where are you going?
To Mama Rada.
No?
And the sooner the better. She has a lot of explaining to do.
Oh, darling, don't leave me.
You'll be safe. Just do as I say. Are you all right?
No, everything is so vague and indefinite.
The power of voodoo only works in minds that aren't sure. Don't forget that sedative, darling.
It was quite fantastic, Senorita.
But I saw it. Fantastic or not, I saw it. It was like a snake.
Sarah, please, there's nothing here now.
Well, then why aren't you out there looking for it?
My men have covered everything.
Well,
They'll found nothing.
Father was right. It does have something to do with voodoo, doesn't it?
Quite probably. Speaking of your father, where is he?
He went out. Why?
Do you know exactly where?
No. The cook said he was out for the evening.
Be so kind as to find the cook. Ask her where Senor Wiles had planned to spend the evening.
I'll be right back.
Is something wrong?
Could be. Your father is rather reckless about his welfare.
Samantha, ma'am?
Samantha, ma'am? Samantha, ma'am? Samantha, ma'am?
Hi, Shock fans. This is a real pleasure to be next to this man because I sat through Maniac Cop 1, Maniac Cop 2, and Maniac Cop 3, and I always very sympathetic towards that particular character, and was played by Robert Zadar.
Hi, thank you for having me out here and being had. No, I'm just kidding.
We all want to be had at one time.
Yes, we do. It's good for the spirit, good for the soul.
Yes. Now, how long have you been an actor?
About 25 years, 26 years, yes.
How'd you first get started?
Decided to switch careers from music to theater and acting.
Now, this is the one you're known for the most part, Maniac Cop.
Yes. Well, that and Tango and Cash are my two biggest, I think, recognizable films.
Now, I enjoyed Tango and Cash. How'd you get along with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell?
Actually, I got along with them great. They were both great to work with. You know, they both. Kurt Russell was a little bit more accessible than Stallone was, because Stallone has a lot of his bodyguards and things like that around him. But I very well understood why he has them too, though. The guy does get bothered quite a bit, you know, well, the most piddliest of things, and he really doesn't have much privacy. So, you know, if he is somewhat of a recluse, it's very understandable.
Now, Maniac Cop, the makeup, looks rather scary. Did you have anything to do with the makeup at all?
Just except putting it on, you know, wearing the mask and so forth, yeah. The Maniac Cop 2 took 2 hours and 35 minutes per day. The first one were just 3 prosthetics, which probably was about 35 minutes, 40 minutes on that. And then Maniac Cop 3, they decided to expedite the process, and what they had done was they had prearranged the masks. I had 3 people working on it instead of 1, and it was about 45 minutes to get that mask on the third one, because I had 3 people working on me instead of 1. And they would already have the mask already like pre-made and semi-colored, and then would just basically do the touch-ups. Like it wouldn't color in the eyes and things like that underneath me where the skin actually showed and so forth.
You were really warm under that particular makeup, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So you had to take breaks from time to time in the filming of the movie, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And I understand that you're involved with, now this is an exclusive, because we were talking earlier, a motion picture that will be coming out very, very shortly. And with me is Scott Davis, and he's the executive producer of this particular motion picture. So I really would like to have an exclusive on Shock Theater here. And can you tell us about the motion picture, Scott?
Well, I can let you know a little bit about it. First of all, it does start... That's
Just
it.
a little.
That's it. It stars Robert Zadar, Karen Black. We also have appearances by Joe Estevez and Stephen Bauer. And it's a very simple story called All Hallows Eve, about a young troubled girl who visits a psychiatrist who is the catalyst. That's Karen Black. And after that, it's just terror, murder, and mayhem.
You're not the psychiatrist in this one, huh?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but you're a character in this.
Yes, I am. I'm most likely going to play the father.
The father?
Yes, of who owns the house where all the mayhem comes up.
Now, when is this actually going to be coming out?
It should be coming out either late next summer into early fall for the Halloween season, and we are hoping for a theatrical release.
And we're hoping for that too, and hopefully we can get an exclusive down there in Dayton, Ohio, and plug the movie for you. And you know, really, it's been a really pleasure being with you, because I wanted to ask you a question though, because I thought at one time the Maniac Cop. Now, was it in Maniac Cop 1 where you actually were a love interest?
Yes, Sherry North played my girlfriend, who ended up killing as well too in the first one.
And then later on, in Maniac Cop 3, you became
spiritual love for Gretchen Becker.
Definitely, and then you killed the evil ones.
I killed the evil ones. They kind of made me.
Always make somebody a nice guy.
Yes, it does. It was like what they did with the Terminator as well, where he was Schwarzenegger was a good Terminator in the second one, as opposed to in the first one he was just mayhem and murder. And
He loved the little boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I love you dearly, and I wish you success with this motion picture.
Thank you.
And as I said, thanks for giving us an exclusive, and thank you, Scott. And we'll plug that movie. We'll look forward to being in the theaters and hopefully then on video. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much yourself. Thank you. It's a pleasure talking with both of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
A girl, they say, with flaxen hair, with skin like golden cream. She floats above the slips and sloughs in the midst of a swamp man's dream. Swamp girl, ghost girl, toss the night. In the swamp park gleam, in the cypress stream, in the secret glow of a moonshine whiskey still.
Within the dark waters of the Okefenokee Swamp lie tales beyond belief. Donald A. Davis Productions has dared to bring to the screen one of these stories, a story never before told.
Do you only live in the burning mines of some dying swamp madmen? Or can it be you really live, that the stories told are true? Out in that dark and mysterious swamp, there's an angel such as you. Swamp Girl,
Swamp Girl,
Swamp Girl,
starring Ferlin Husky, and introducing Simone Griffith as the Swamp Girl.
Why, you're my pa, ain't you?
Well, I raised you like your pa, and I loved you like your ma, too. But you see, honey, it ain't the same thing. You can't call me pa.
This fantastic movie was actually filmed on location in the strangely beautiful Okefenokee swamps of Georgia. See wonders never before photographed, with a story so filled with raw action and rank terror, you'll never forget what you have seen.
Go! Let me out! Oh, come on. I'll tell you, just get me out of here. Go!
Okay, boys, lower him down till one or two things happens. He remembers, or he forgets everything.
I swear I'll get you.
Well, Lee, we can't have none of this. Never knowing who might
Sneak up behind us?
See the dramatic fight for survival in the treacherous bogs of the Okefenokee Swamp. Nat desperately clings to the past. Jimmy Walker, Swamp Ranger, attempts to unite the swamp people to reality. Janine innocently tries to join the two together. About people who live where the dangers of the swamps seem unimportant compared to the evils of the outside world. When insecure people dare to tamper with the laws of nature, they must suffer the consequences. Swamp Girl features the beautiful wonders of nature that lay hidden within, and also the natural and unnatural terrors that lay in wait around almost every turn. Don't miss Swamp Girl. Coming soon for you and your entire family to enjoy at this theater.
Venus.
Darling, what happened?
It's all right, dear. Tomorrow, this will all seem like a bad dream. Here, get in. Well, Inspector, this should clear up a few things for you.
Not necessarily, senor. For we know as little now as we did a month ago, and we understand less. Something has died, someone has lived, but why? What has really happened? What have we accomplished?
Well, that's your question, not mine.
Join Tangella and I every Saturday night for Creature Features, right here on CATV.
Join Lord Bloodraw each week as he presents the best, worst, and wildest horror and science fiction films ever made. It's weird, it's shocking, it's amazing. Join us every Sunday night at 8 p.m. for Lord Bloodraw's Nerve-Wracking Theater. It's the TV show that asks the question, who needs reality? Then check out Lord Bloodraw's Nerve-Wracking Theater every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on CATV.
Share with them. It was a good omen for the World Championship, which was coming up in Barcelona.
So this was not only an important moment in women's rugby history, but also Nathalie Amiel's last season of her career.
For me, it was my last game in the Six Nations tournament because I stopped playing rugby that season. It was special. Even if you tried to forget, there was always someone to remind you. Also, on the last game, they had the bad idea of getting my oldest son to bring me the ball for the game. So in terms of emotions, it was huge. It took me until halftime before I was able to feel back in the game. I had my son Quentin, who was then 3.5 years old. I was tired of running, preparing myself physically, using up my family time. It weighed on me more and more. I was not physically tired, but I was mentally tired. If you combine work, family, rugby, training, from the end of July to the end of June every year, those are long days.
Nathalie still thinks there's a long way to go in the journey for equality between the men's and the women's rugby game.
It lasted for my whole career. It's still ongoing, and it will probably last a long time. We were first accepted because the previous president, Albert Ferras, said, we have to keep these female players, because
I've got a terrible back. When I work, it hurts me. Do you know what I mean, John? Well, he's sort of, when driving on the road, he has a sleep. He's sort of, gets ready for the gig. When driving on the road, he has a sleep. Sort of, gets ready for the gig. When driving on the road, he has a sleep. Oh,
Watch yourself. I can't play tennis, my golf's a menace. I just can't do the Australian crawl. And I'm no better at volleyball. Ain't there anyone here for love? Sweet love, ain't there anyone here for love? I'm apathetic and non-athletic. Can't keep up in a marathon. I need some shoulder to lean upon and a couple of arms to hold me. Ain't there anyone here for love? I'm not in condition to wrestle. I've never trained in a gym. Show me a man who can nestle, and I'll pin a medal on him. Need some chappy to make me happy, and he don't have to be Hercules. Don't anyone know about birds and bees? Ain't there anyone here for love? Sweet love, ain't there anyone here for love? I like big muscles and red corpuscles. I like a beautiful hunk of man, but I'm no physical culture fan. Ain't there anyone here for love, sweet love? Ain't there anyone? Ain't there anyone? Ain't there anyone, 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 anyone? Here for
That's funny, yeah.
Let's start this dance with a snap of the hands. Let's go to town, move it all around. Elect to move with a bouncy groove. Take it side to side in a forward glide. Pop, hook, twist, hook. Now turn around and boogie down. Pop, fold, let your eyes get bold. Shift, twist, turn around and take a dip. Everybody move your body, everybody move your body left. Everybody move your body, everybody move your body right. Everybody move your body, everybody move your body left. Everybody move your body, everybody. Let's party now. Double back to the wall, keep it nice and tall. Then it's all on the hips when you slide and twist. Moonwalk through with some attitude. Then hop, flick, swivel, flip. Jazzy on your toes, do a sexy pose. Take another step, swing to the left. Down with a bounce and finish with a bounce. Take it back to the right now. Take move your body. Everybody move your body. Left. Everybody move your body. Everybody move your body. Right. Everybody move your body. Everybody move your body. Left. Everybody move your body. Everybody. Let's party again.
Oh, what a good feeling.
All right. Let's give it up for Happy Hooper. And welcome to Community Access Theater. Our next guest, Thomas Cole.
The Supreme!
The Supreme.
Thank you for that marvelous introduction. Once upon a time, looking for some good vibes and release a state of mind. But you got in my line of visions, decisions, and separate equal intentions. And now I gotta show you how I fly. You won't see it coming, there is no running. Open your mind and see the night. See the night, 'cause I'm supreme. Really wicked. It's just poison, just taste it. Supreme. Really wicked. Can't help you're addicted. Fall under my spell. They can't hear you yet. But I'm supremely wicked. So intoxicated. Now that you're hooked, I ain't gotta call my book. Boy, don't you know it's quite alright. I sink my teeth in, I don't have to begin to tell you it's not worth the fight. You can't understand how the full moon is out now. Accept it and then you'll understand that I'm supremely wicked. You won't come but you don't get supremely wicked. To my voice just be open. Fall under my spell. They can't hear you yet. That I'm supremely wicked. Taste my evil, embrace it. With a little bit of Winifred and a whole lot of Nancy's click. But I don't know what I did but shake these hands and move my hips. Yeah, it's the last midnight and everybody's feeling right. So hop on and hold on tight. No time for screams, it's time for a flight. 'Cause I'm supremely wicked. Totally unrestricted, supreme.
tired of this, baby. You put me through the same old thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. We've been going through some things, trying hard to work things out. Been together many years, through the joys, through the pain, through the tears. Because of you, my life ain't the same. You made me be a better man. I'm trying hard to show you how to change, but you keep bringing up the same old thing. Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again. You put me through the same old thing. You put me through the same old thing. Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again. You put me through the same old thing. You put me through the same old thing. Just yesterday you rolled through the crib. Saw something on my neck and what you did was overrated, same old drama that you do. Now I'm busted, can't be trusted, but I can't say that I'ma miss you. I'm tired of the calls on myself. I'm tired of you putting me through hell. Miscommunications, misaccusations. Why you wanna bring this drama into our relation? Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again. Why you put me through the same old thing? Why you put me through the same old thing? Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again. So why you put me through the same old thing? This is my cut for real, no doubt. Say I wanna know if you feel me now. Say green light, yellow light, red light. Now baby stop. This is my cut for real, no doubt. Say I wanna know if you feel me now. Say green light, yellow light, red light. Now baby stop, baby. Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again, baby. Tell how you put me through these things, baby. Every time I turn around, you put me through the same old again, baby. Oh, you put me through the same old things. Oh, M-B-O-T, melody and M-B-O-T, baby. Hey, you got the green light, the yellow light, now you get the red light. Now you can stop.
What are you doing out here? Let me help you out. You sure you're okay? I'm so sorry. Where's your car?
Swapped it.
Let me give you a ride. It's the least I can do. I'm so sorry. Let me give you a ride.
Just live right on Main.
Come on, let me give you a ride.
Sure. I didn't catch your name.
If you enjoy comedy, if you enjoy sketch comedy, if you enjoy sketch comedy created by someone named Andy, if you enjoy sketch comedy created by someone named Andy Do, then this is the show for you. Probably. It's witty. It's sophisticated. It's urbane. Mr. Do is a genius. But that's not just my opinion. My grandmother agrees. So be sure to tune in, or you'll never see what you might not have seen if you've never seen it before for the first time.
Well, that's a strange thing to say.
The Andy Dew Show on CA TV. That's expensive.
On the steps outside the courtroom just before Veronica goes in and gives her testimony, and it's her reflection on the journey of her relationship with Silvio and reminiscent on the appeal of him and how she fell victim to the secrets and lies that he told her.
So were the strong female roles the attraction of the show?
100%, and that's what drew myself to the show itself, because it's so empowering to be in a position where they have been downtrodden and abused and humiliated by his behaviour, to then be in a position where they all come together in this sisterhood and they step forward, which takes a huge amount of courage, and they speak out about their experiences. It's a huge privilege and a real responsibility.
Berlusconi does often is court controversy. Here he says he loves to be charmed by a beautiful woman.
Io di guardare in faccia una bella ragazza, meglio essere appassionati delle belle ragazze che gay. Quindi credo.
Well, he goes on, it's better than being gay. Director James Grieve says the show's less about Berlusconi the man than about who has power in society.
How you doing? Welcome back to another Andy and Pat's Groovy Cosmic Love Hour. It's groovy, it's cosmic. And this is a special Groovy Cosmic Love Hour, an extra special one here. We always like to have extra special ones.
What's action-packed, Andy?
This is action-packed.
Front to back.
It's jam-packed with jam.
Like a John Woo film.
It's just gonna hit you. It's gonna give you the hunch, just like you heard from Mad Mike and the Maniacs doing the hunch. From our very own brand new CD that we have. There it is, the Groovy Cosmic Love Hour. Volume 2, produced by MC Ferret with Big Beef Records here for the Cosmic Love Hour. And that is a title track, one of the many, many hot numbers from another one of our collections that we have, which you can read about at our website. But we're here, not only those great CDs, it's not just an oral cornucopia of audio delight.
It's much more than that.
It's much more. It's action-packed. And the producer of these great things...
Like a John Woo film.
Absolutely. The producer of these great collections is not only here with the new CD, he's here in person. It's why we're all here tonight. We're here to celebrate not only these great records.
Actually, this has got stuff on it you're never going to hear anywhere
Ever.
else.
Anywhere
Nicotine
else.
by Paul Chaplin and his Emeralds.
You're lucky to even hear it on this.
You'll be
Absolutely.
lucky.
Yeah, you'll be lucky.
The Crusher by the Bandits. You know, you can't beat a song that's got the in it by a band with the in it.
Absolutely.
It's just, that's a rule. It's a rule. I'm Happy, I'm Barbie by Barbie.
Not Klaus Barbie.
We had this conversation earlier, man.
Yes, we'll go there. So.
Oh, hold on, Andy.
I like the headroom there.
Check this out. Eleanor Rigby by the Eagle Rock High School Band.
Yeah, that's a winner. That's one of my favorites. It actually rips. I think they're going to play the Rose Bowl this year. Well, you don't want to lose it. But the producer of these great collections is here with us tonight in person. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only MC Ferret, all the way from Los Angeles, California. MC, welcome back yet to another Love Hour. Thank you for making it. The Jet.
Where has the year gone?
It's gone. It's
down
gone.
the crapper. I almost didn't make it. You know, the warp engines went offline. We had to jump to hyperdrive.
Absolutely, but
my tachyon emissions got all clogged up.
The photonic enery got you.
I just followed the photonic trail to Dayton.
I had a problem with my tachyon emissions, but fiber cleared that up.
I was there for that earlier. I remember.
But the photonic energy got you here, and we are tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a trip back into we're going to use the photonic energy to go traversing the cosmic wavelengths of time and space to pull out some of the things you probably have not seen or heard in quite a while. I mean, you might find that fortunate, and this might put you on a bad trip or something tonight, but I don't think so. I think we're going to have quite a cornucopia of delights. And to share these delights with us tonight, we have, of course, with us, as always, well, not always, but usually most of the time, is our resident expert number 2. Hello, resident expert number 2.
Nice to see you.
Welcome. Hi, expert number 2. Thank you very much.
Great to be here as always, Andy.
Yes, and of course, with our expert number 2, we have our full panel of experts. There they are. The panel. Hello, panel. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you, panel, for making it out. And they will be here to share this cornucopia of delights with us, and maybe even throw in a little analysis and discourse on how they feel about these great things. Some of our panelists back from many past shows, and some we have brand new panelists here to enjoy the festivities for the evening.
Well, they're panelists flown in from Iraq, normally doing a little inspection service, but they said, hey, I got to do Andy and Pat's because I'm an expert.
So we took off the veils.
That's right.
And there you are.
No burkas tonight,
for
baby.
the first time.
And they're
back in the United States, and I can eat pork.
And extra special guest here tonight, all the way from the fringe, from around the fringes of the fringe.
Oh, Leonard Nimoy?
Yes, Leonard Nimoy. No, but he probably knows Leonard Nimoy. He knows everybody else. Is the Rev Cool. Thank you, Rev, for being here tonight.
Yeah.
Back again. There he is.
And with me are my special guests.
Yes, and we have the Revettes, the Coolettes.
2, 3, 4. Birds, it's cold in here. There must be something in the atmosphere. Ice. Ice. Bring it down.
Well, they are breaking it down, and it is cold in here. I feel like Ernest Borgnine on an Ice Station Zebra here. It's just like...
I was getting ready to say that same thing, Andy. That's weird.
Were you? It's part of the photonic energy. It's a warp of the time-space continuum here, so we're catching each other's thoughts before they actually happen. But anyway, we're here, and we've got so many treats. We really should get started with some of the winners.
What's up first, Andy?
Well, MC Ferret, lay it on us.
First up is a pretty well-known band from the 60s, Paul Revere and the Raiders, doing a ripping version of Money, ripping off Help, doing some great choreographic action.
Absolutely.
On the ski slopes.
And they almost have like the sumo wrestler thing, like the stamping of the legs and stuff. I don't understand what's going on.
Watch carefully. There's some slippage in there.
Is there?
Yeah, there's some slippage in there.
Slip sliding. Anyway, and
this clip comes from the very first episode, the pilot of where the action is.
And this is right here is where the action is today.
And it's where it is, yeah.
Well, Ricardo, our director Richard Diaz, you ready to roll that one? You know, they don't do it like that anymore.
No, thank God.
No, that was cold in here tonight. It's like they're out in the snow rocking. Saw the slippage. A few times.
Good quality slippage.
Doing that, you know, it's like it's dedicated to. Well, it's. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
He does it again. He thought like, no,
all the way.
They didn't know. No! At that time, and he stayed that time. He probably,
and they kept it in the video.
Yeah. They did.
They didn't reshoot the scene.
No, it's all, you know, it's DIY, it's lo-fi.
That looked like it was a one-take deal anyhow.
Yeah, they didn't have time. They were probably getting.
I like the choreography between the guitar player and the bass player, kind of like the predecessor to the '80s metal bands.
Yeah, the whole.
Yeah.
They had that.
Yeah.
Even more than that, I think the snow scene proves that Paul Revere and the Raiders were actually one of the first Swedish groups to come, like the Hives and the Sahara Hot Nights. And the reason they dressed up like revolutionary soldiers is because of some of the Swedish volunteers that fought in the war.
That's right.
That's very true.
Yeah.
And they also, unlike the fakers these days, there was no such thing as lip syncing in those days.
Right.
That's right.
That's probably real snow. They probably weren't using that asbestos stuff back then.
No,
it's true. Where the action was noted for going to locations around America.
Where the action
to
was.
shoot the bands. Yes, they went wherever the action was.
Absolutely.
Be it in the swimming pool, the ski slopes.
They only had like two of the guys doing the choreography though. They had, you know, they only had like the two. Well, now there's the three of them. They're trying. The lead singer guy's trying to go along with them. They're doing the march step there, the fife and drum thing. Right?
Yeah, well, it's hard for drummers to dance and drum at the same time. Really.
Yeah, but he's trying back there. He's
Look,
trying to
the
get into it.
keyboardist is rocking. He's rocking.
Yeah. And then you got that action going.
They're rocking.
That's like.
And you got to wonder what the hell's going on there.
Or sometimes maybe you don't have to wonder. Well, anyway, that's Paul Revere and the Raiders. It's a nice start to the collection, and I think they just get stranger and stranger from here from this point out. And that was we're dealing with the domestic front here, right? I mean, that's pretty much
right.
We're going to start traversing.
We've not traveled into foreign lands yet.
No, not yet, but we will here shortly, but not yet.
We're going to Germany next.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an American act.
It's an American act
No.
taped in Germany, so it's going to have this sort of ambiance.
Eventually erupts in skinhead violence, right?
It seems to be, and it's recorded at the height of the Cold War. So cold seems to be the theme of the night. It's got the cold studio and the snowy ground here, and now the Cold War Germany with the roller rink action.
Well, I have one question. Do you know where it was shot? Don't tell me, but do you know where the video was shot?
The previous video?
Yeah. Don't tell me where.
No, I don't. You
don't? Let's see if our panel of experts can guess the location of that video shoot.
Anything, panel of experts?
I think it was on a hill.
Definitely a hill.
There we go. All right. More of a slope than a hill.
Slope, yeah.
Alaska.
Wow, they're good.
High quality panel of experts.
Absolutely.
We'll get one guess of Alaska.
Can you give us some time on this, into the show maybe?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, we'll consider it.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Colorado, because we think they ski there.
Yes.
Rumor has it.
Has anybody done research on this?
We'll work on it. That's your job. You're the expert.
Okay. Well, yeah, you guys have got till the end of the show. You're not,
So could we just tell you, and you would think that it was the right answer if we said it with authority?
Yeah.
Colorado.
Okay, Colorado it is.
Absolutely.
All right. Good job. Good job.
So the key is saying things with authority.
Yeah, that's the key.
Okay. All right.
Act like you know what you're doing.
If it works for George Bush, it works for everyone.
Yeah. Okay, our next number here is this is an interesting one. It's
in Germany. Watch the audience in the background. They're not very interested in what's going on, but it's Cherry Warner and Dawn Storr doing Groovy Baby. It looks like somebody's mother and her old greaser friend on drums.
Right. It's Groovy 60s mom with greaser
boyfriend on drums.
Absolutely. All right, let's roll.
Groovy Baby.
Cherry Warner and Dawn Storr.
Absolutely, live from the Montreal Forum. Canadians halftime.
Where's the Zapponi?
Yeah. Dayton needs that Red Bull.
I think so, but Dayton does have that. That was actually Swearing a Motorist. If you noticed, it was there.
The drum,
Don Thrasher and actually was
fringe on his pockets. Did you know?
Does he really?
I thought it was the prison number.
That's what I thought. There's a fringe there. See?
But is it what kind of prison were they out of?
It's kind of like if Tom Bosley's career had taken a different turn.
Yes.
Not so happy days.
Cool jazz drum.
Happy Days brought to you by Prozac. Well, there she is. She's having it. I'll take another one. Anyway, we got to keep rolling here, folks. The roller rink action's good, but you'll have to catch that at the next Bombers intermission. How come they don't have that stuff anymore? Hockey rinks. It's all this garbage.
Well, because most people have the attention span of a gnat now. We could
hockey needs is more fighting.
Absolutely.
And that's what I.
Would you actually sit through that at a hockey game?
Wouldn't you? We just sat there.
Well, that's just it. At a hockey game, at any sporting event, the halftime entertainment was just there to take up space while you went and got in a beer line anyhow.
Yeah.
It didn't have to. Who cares about Britney Spears? Bring on the Bud. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
And now you watch the Super Bowl, and it's like fireworks and all sorts of crap. It's like, who cares, man? I just want more chicken wings. That's all.
Well, from the chicken, speaking of chicken is going to be a theme of the night here too, and we're going to be playing at the Chicken Coop here. This next piece is recorded at the Kabbalic Eye Country Lounge.
The all-seeing eye of Nashville.
Yeah. So something like that.
Country Kabbalah.
And it's featuring
Dave Dudley doing a live version of 6 Days on the Road, and I'm going to how that.
Absolutely. This is the twang of yesterday. So I hope you're going to enjoy this one. This is we're crossing genres
Yeah,
here.
this is our first.
We're leaving the swearing up motorist realm here, and we're going more into the Ohio Silver realm. So we're going to see what this is all about. You ready on this one, Ricardo? There we go.
Of this great entertainer from Minnesota, let's make welcome Dave Dudley. Well, I pulled out of Pittsburgh, rolling down that eastern seaboard. I got my diesel wound up, and she's a running like I never before. Now's the speed zone ahead, but all right. I don't see a cop in sight. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. Got me 10 forward gears and a Georgia overdrive. I'm taking little white pills, and my eyes are open wide. I just passed a Jimmy in a white. I've been passing everything in sight. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. But it seems like a month since I kissed my baby goodbye. I could have a lot of women, but I'm not like a son of a gun. I could find one to hold me tight, but I could never make believe it's all right. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it all right. ICC is a checking on down the line. I'm a little overweight, but my logbook's way behind. Nothing bothers me tonight. I can dodge all the scales all right. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. Well, my rig's a little old, but that don't mean she's slow. Now, there's a flame from a stack, and that smoke's a blowing black as coal. My hometown's coming in sight. If you think I'm happy, you're right. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. 6 days on the road, and I'm gonna make it overnight. Thank you. Isn't that wonderful? That's Dave Dudley.
AMC Ferret.
What was that?
It looked like he was off an episode of the Andy Griffith Show, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was, you know.
Very
but
strange.
he's talking about taking little white pills, and I don't think it was at that time.
Matlock doesn't take no white pills. Marty!
Are you sure that wasn't shot at the Beverly Hills Supper Club?
I'm not sure.
That's what it looked like to me. And if it was shot, why didn't it catch on fire that day?
Did he have a big eye up there on that thing? Okay.
Looked more like the Masonic temple.
Right, absolutely. The country, the Masonic barn.
The Masonic barn dance.
It was a Masonic barn dance. They had the eye back there looking. It's a little creepy.
Yeah. Freemason honky tonk.
You know, he did a good job there.
Was it right behind the guy? I didn't see him.
Yeah, there's the eye. The
I saw the little the symbols on his jacket.
There's his head.
See all the
He's blocking it.
Well,
it's part of conspiracy. Oh,
a lot of people don't know that the whole Jimmy Page, when he was wearing all the clothes with the witchcraft stuff, came from that guy's jacket. That's what it started.
There it is. What's that about?
Illuminati.
Yeah.
The great suit.
The Illuminati, yeah.
Right.
It is.
And the reason he's blocking is just to disguise the fact that they control the world.
It's right there.
Not really Illuminati.
And they're controlling it through country music.
Yep.
But you know, the guys know Nicky K. I'll tell you that.
No, not at all.
No, there's certainly no Corn Condor.
But how about that enunciation?
Drunk guy plays guitar.
Well,
I like the suit though. I wish I had one of those coats.
You have to go to the Porter Wagner thrift shop.
It's like, is that located in Dollywood too? They have a special Porter Wagner store in Dollywood. Yeah, you know.
Actually, they do. Wow. I like Dollywood.
Do they have a Porter Wagner?
In that eye back there?
Yeah, there's some.
Go back to the eye.
Yeah,
go back.
Read it from bottom to top.
Is he expressing himself?
Yeah, go back to the
Bottom, you have an eye, then you have a heart, then you have the band. I Love the Band.
Yeah, he moved. Lucy Hartman.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think
Cool.
because we started liking him.
Yes, I actually like this guy quite a bit.
Early subliminal message experiments.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, the Illuminati, they have that power.
Put away into a vault and never look at it again.
By far the best video I've
Heart
seen.
the band.
See?
Well, I love the suit, you know, and you can. The Flying Burrito Brothers have nothing on this guy on the suit thing there, you know. It's got a little of that Pete Townsend thing. You're waiting for it to light up, you know.
Is it a leather jacket or is it more of a like a polyester? Because I'm seeing kind of a leathery sheen. Was he going for that?
I don't know, but you probably did get it from the Porter
I
Wagner.
don't think the cowboy had a conscience back then. I think.
Well, he's been on the road for 6 days. He hasn't had a chance to wash.
His eyes are open wide, man.
That's just sweat and grease.
That's diesel.
That's
right there. That's diesel right there.
Well, anyway, that's a treat there, and we're gonna switch genres again a little bit. We're now.
Oh yeah, we're downshifting.
We're now going to leave the continent.
We're eastbound.
Yeah.
We are going. We're heading south. You thought that was south? That was in country. Now we're really going in country. And we are going, well, explain where we're going.
All right, we're going to take a trip down to South America, Argentina to be exact. Please excuse some of the breakup or the quality of the video.
There's a general strike, you know.
Right. Everything's gone to pot. Since they couldn't economically afford good video here, it's inflation.
These are some of the last images we captured, from Sputnik after it.
Or from Argentina before the economy totally melted down.
So this is Los Jerks.
You're kidding.
Yeah, in English that means the jerks.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Los Jerks from Argentina doing their version of Really Got Me with the lead singer who kind of looks like Mike Love.
Oh, yeah, that's creepy.
It's a strange amalgamation of an attempt at Americana here, and I don't know whether the experiment works or not. Again, remember that the video quality is relatively primitive. There's probably very few versions of this left, and this is undoubtedly
the North American premiere.
This has probably undoubtedly never been seen in North America before, and probably never again after this.
Probably with good reason as well.
But it's a familiar tune, and Richard, are you ready to roll this thing? And let's lay on a little Brit rock.
Girl, you really got me going. You got me so I can't sleep at night. Girl, you really got me going. You got me so I can't sleep at night. Girl, you really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. Girl, you really got me going. You got me so I can't sleep
Tell me who were the children of Nazi collaborators?
That explains that Soviet circus audience effect.
I know. Well, they had the whole, like, you will all clap in unison and stand there, and everyone was happy and showed joy on their face.
She was bobbing around.
They had
Look at
really
her.
panel
Yeah.
experts.
Yeah, they did.
Check out Deborah right there with the braids, like the pigtail braids.
I bet we could clap in unison better than they did.
Yeah.
Experts separate at birth.
Let's try. Can we try?
Look at her hair, though. It's entirely too light to be able
But were
to
they
Hispanic
actually?
heritage.
They are panel experts.
Yeah, they're like doing
Good Lord.
Okay, I see.
That's an awfully big tambourine, too.
Can you say overcompensation?
Yeah, the red sports car, too, I'll bet. Yeah, but the guy playing the bass, too, it's like he's obviously not playing it. He's strumming it when there's no notes. He's waving it around in the air. And
What amazes me is the excellent sound quality they get on the vocals without even having a microphone.
Yes. It's an astounding technological feat.
It was beautiful.
But you know, they use all those German technology down there, and they have like the best microphones.
Right, they're all hidden microphones.
Right.
But it's all done by the Stasi.
That's what's going on. Well, there's our wonderful panel of experts. You know, they don't clap as
We'll
much.
clap in unison.
Will you? There you go. You really got me. You really got me. You really got me going. You got me going. Now, see, they're just as good. We're better. You know, they have a good camera work there too. You know, as you were saying.
Oh, we were moving our heads. So we didn't get it. Sorry.
I was.
Oh, okay.
No, the one on the blonde chick with the pigtails.
Yeah, you'll be taking out the shot then later.
No, it's her uncle who will take you out. Anyway, we've got. Well, while we're in Argentina, we've got another one. We've got the like a partner clip to this.
We have the
Argentinian tuxedo Rolling Stones with the frozen audience.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. This is where the Stasi showed up and everybody got scared and they stopped kind of like having quite as much fun.
No more fun. No more fun for
No
you.
more fun, you know.
Yeah, this is Los Bishops doing Painted Black.
For those of you who don't know Spanish, that's the Bishops.
They later had to declare bankruptcy after a series of unfortunate incidents.
But they.
This is one of the. This is Los Bishops before the big Los Bishops scandal of '68.
Right. Okay. A couple of years before.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
This is on their meteoric rise to the top before the big flame.
I like their older stuff.
Yeah, I was partial. After that first album, it was sold out.
Yeah, this is pre-drugs.
Right.
Yeah, they just sold out, you know. Once everybody else started to like them, they weren't cool anymore.
No.
So anyway, Los Bishops doing a song I'm sure you will all recognize.
And we hope to, gain some new Los Bishops fans and the Greater Miami Valley.
Reunion tour.
Again, it's an effect that you don't see too often. The last time I saw a band wearing tuxedos was the New Duncan Imperials. Mm-hmm. And so maybe they ripped it off from these guys. I don't know.
We'll have to contact them and find out.
We will. They might be big Los Bishops fans. But they've never done this song, a cover of the Rolling Stones, doing Painted Black.
Right.
Absolutely. And, Richard, let's roll this one.
And there's great special effects, like when it goes to black.
Oh yeah. You'll notice
where the special effects.
It's the special, it's a theme video. It's concept performance, and the tech crew, they got it just right. It's either that or the circuit got blown.
That could be.
Can't tell. But anyway, we're gonna roll this one. Enjoy this for all you rock fans. Los Bishops.
Stop. I see the blue divide, standing so
beautiful. That was
Where were they from again?
Argentina. Probably. That's what was recorded.
The drum set said the Bishops.
The Bishops.
There's
Didn't say Los Bishops.
Well, maybe they're like the, you know,
I think they just changed their name to Los to get to that market.
Absolutely. They're working
really
hard
from
to tap
the emerging Hispanic market.
Absolutely. They figured they probably went down there figuring they weren't getting, you know, a big enough audience here in the States, so they went there. Just like an athlete who goes to Spain to play world football over there can't get cut from the NFL and decides that's where he's going to go. These guys just weren't quite making the circuit here.
Yeah,
we can sell ourselves as a cover band down there. In fact, half the people down there probably don't even heard this song. And we can, you know, act like we even wrote it, maybe. You don't know? We don't know.
Another tambourine.
Another tambourine. It seems to be the modus operandi down there. You know, they just seem to, these lead singers just get self-conscious. They need to bang on something.
And that's the action. I think that was nobody else moves, so that's.
What happened to a panel of experts? See, there's no clapping.
No. Well, see, the Stasi has shown up. What about a little? Like,
There's no cheering.
Not clapping.
No. Well, you know, they painted it black. You know, it's Dallas. You know, you notice the vocal work of this fellow here.
I think the babes were mesmerized.
Yeah, I think they were.
They put it in trance.
Yeah, they were staring at his hot butt.
I can't move. I'm just stunned.
I don't think they're real. I think they're mannequins.
They might be.
They did this in a department store.
Probably did. It's a display there. You know, they played the display kit on the music floor.
And then the security guy was downstairs and accidentally turned the light off. So
he's clapping. It's like some sort of Stalinist rally. Everybody's
clap for the leader.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, the guy's vocalization. He had that sheep thing going on. You know, he had the black. Black. That was Los Bishops. They were, but anyway, they were probably from Argentina. Oh, well, we might hear it again.
What does it say in the background?
It's like Viva Pistachios.
Yeah, we were trying to find it out. Patagonian.
Yeah. He had some kind of action there. Well, he's there goes the blown circuit there. But anyway, Los Bishops, the American transplant band.
They stink.
Overall. You know, maybe they're a Rolling Stones tribute band or something. Maybe they did nothing but Stones.
Maybe they were really the Rolling Stones.
They could be. They probably came first. Maybe the Stones are ripping them off. They were hot on this act.
See, if the Bishops had
the Stones ripped everybody else off, why not Los Bishops? While they're at it. So anyway, speaking of
Isn't the next clip like a transporter malfunction?
Absolutely. This is definitely, the quality on it's distorted because it's come from all sorts of mutant forms. So it's normally, it would be below our high quality standard of quality that we would air on this program. But in this case, we just have to go with it because this is a special treat. It's short, but it's.
Well, I think, you know, this is remember the episode where Spock sniffed the flower and it like made him happy?
I'm in love, Jim.
Right. Yeah. I think this is a deleted scene from that episode.
It could be. It's truly a muck time.
Right.
For Leonard Nimoy.
Well,
yes.
Hold on a second. Rev Cool, have you ever heard of Los Bishops or Los Jerks? In all your years?
No.
Being a world music expert.
There's Los Bishops. I imagine there's a host of others just like them.
Yeah. Probably.
Well, you know,
It's supposed to be a joke. Host, bishop, you know, priest. Oh, good.
I'm just wondering here.
Good couettes, good couettes.
That was the best joke.
Anyway, well, how do we describe this? So we just run it and just take it from.
Yeah, just don't even try.
Spock in Middle Earth.
Is there a title? Is there a?
This is Leonard Nimoy, who most people don't realize, but he put out 6 albums.
Quite accomplished.
As a recording Star back in the Star. Star was definitely Nova-ing at the time. Back in 68, 69.
Yeah, it looks to be about 68,
Yeah.
right, 1968.
Well, anyway, one of his things that he did, and back then when it was all the rage, was the Lord of the Rings. And he did his...
Wait a minute, was the rage back then too?
Absolutely. You know, you listen to any Led Zeppelin album back then, you know? It's like...
Yeah.
So anyway, but even before Led Zeppelin, what inspired Led Zeppelin was this very song right here. This is Bilbo Baggins by Leonard Nimoy. And again, the quality's a little shaky here, but it's what we're going to have to work with. So, Richard, shall we roll it?
In the middle of the earth, in the land of Shire, lives a brave little hobbit whom we all admire. With his long wooden pipe, fuzzy woolly toes, he lives in a hobbit hole and everybody knows him. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, Johnny Three Tall. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, bravest little hobbit of them all. Hobbits are peace-loving folks, you know. They're never in a hurry and they take things slow. They don't like to travel away from home. They just want to eat and be left alone. But one day Bilbo was asked to go on a big adventure to the Cape below to help some dwarves get back their gold that was stolen by a dragon in the days of old. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, always be tall. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, bravest little hobbit of them all. Well, he fought with the goblins. He battled the troll. He riddled with Gollum. A magic ring he stole. He was chased by wolves, lost in the forest, escaped in a barrel from the elf king's hall. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, bravest little hobbit of them all. Bilbo, Bilbo Baggins, bravest little hobbit of them all.
What did the last one say? Nimoy.
No, well, the one said Leonard Nimoy for the UN.
The last one said something had a question mark at the end of it.
I think it said, where is Leonard Nimoy?
Is that what it said? Where is
Yeah,
What
they had like, where is the Hobbit or what is the Hobbit? They were wearing
Something
the
like that.
yeah.
Well, that's, I mean, what do you
That's
say
atrocious.
to that?
Oh, that was great.
I thought you said it was poor quality. That was.
That wasn't too
That was
bad.
beautiful.
Came out
That was
all
really
right.
psychedelic, I
Yeah,
thought.
it's fantastic.
Yeah,
It's changed my life.
it's something out of laugh in.
Actually, no,
I don't know. Look at that butt action. That's something like a.
Baby's got back.
I saw this
Hey, it's
dance
missing
later
all of it.
reenacted on Teletubbies.
I think that
It does have a little bit of that
This guy, it
ambiance to
smells like Teletubbies.
it. It smells like Teen
really?
Teletubbies.
Oh.
It smells.
Yeah, see, this gets weirder and weirder. It's a muck time. He's the Big Mac Daddy too, man. He's got all the girls there. And I love it when he's riddling with Gollum though. He's getting the yo action down. He's on the.
That's the cutest scene.
Yeah, that is so cute.
I'm in love, Jim. Yeah, it's a winner. That one was.
It's not logical.
No, there's nothing logical about that one. That is a transporter malfunction, definitely. So, see, he riddles. Turn the audio up there, real quick. There.
Well, he fought with the goblins. He battled the troll. He riddled with Gollum.
He's like doing the whole.
Magic ring he stole.
Yeah, see, he had the whole thing down.
That's just a roll of duct tape.
Well, we're gonna traumatize people out there. Just keep playing that. See, what's going on back there too? You know, got clothes
flying
yard
everywhere.
instruments and stuff flying.
Well, he was
I
the
think-
Mac Daddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this video poses the panel of experts with their toughest question, which is, why the hell are we being subjected to this?
It's a cruel world.
It's a cold, cruel, heinous world.
Absolutely. Anus. Oh.
Heinous.
What?
Freudian slip for me, Andy.
What?
I'll be over here.
Anyway, well, we've got
intermission.
Yeah, we've got an intermission we're going to take. We got to take a break after that, and sort of recombobulate ourselves.
I know I need a cool down.
Particularly since we're coming with our second set, which is, how do you describe it?
Los set number 2.
That's how you would describe it.
Big TNA chick and
It's the chick and TNA set. So, and we figure, well, sex always sells, so people are going to not...
Well, that's
right.
why
We have always the lowest
tuned
common
into Andy and
denominator.
Pat's Groovy Cosmic Love Hour
All the
because
sex
sells.
we've got bikinis.
You cannot deny that.
We've got bikinis, panties, bras, and buckets of chicken.
Absolutely. Sometimes all at once.
It's no mystery why our panel of experts is comprised mostly of women.
I don't know. It's almost even. It's 6-4.
Yeah, that's
pretty
mostly
close to
women.
even.
6-4.
That's 60%.
That's not mostly.
Oh, Andy.
What are you talking about, political terms? You're going to start being like...
Well, percentage-wise,
George Bush could get to be
it's a
president
majority.
less than half.
Is it
and I
enough
think
to
he can
break
say
a
most.
filibuster in the Senate, though? Probably not.
See, now you're with
not
all
if
that
it's
dirty
Strom
talk.
Thurmond giving the filibuster.
Now you're talking about filibusters. Uh-oh.
So I broke her filibuster. You know what I'm saying?
Well, anyway, we're going to take a
We did a
break.
good intermission.
We got intermission. We have for all you rock freak out fanatics out there. We've got all sorts of good treats here.
Yeah, there's some rare treats during intermission. An actual Pink Floyd live clip from '67 with Syd Barrett, Sane.
Yeah.
The Electric Prunes reunion from a year and a half ago, doing I Had Too Much to Dream last night. A reunion from the garage band, The Litter, doing Action Woman. Then a vintage Music Machine clip, some vintage commercials, a great clip from the Hollies, on and
sorts of
on. So
goodies.
sit back and
While we decompress.
enjoy these rare treats.
Yeah, we'll be back in the second half of the show, folks, with lots more, so stay tuned. Talk to you soon.
Floating down, the sound resounds
atomic storm, every molecule charged with might. Powers that enable him to change his molecular structure to steel, to granite, or whatever the need requires. The great desire to serve his country in the cause of justice has brought James Norcross to the highest office in the land as Super President. Super President!
So, without further ado, some good friends of mine, some fantastic musicians. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Electric Drones.
I hope you remember this.
Another milk flavoring, Great Shakes Shake Mix makes a real thick shake. Tastes like a soda fountain shake. It comes in its own shaker with 4 servings. Just add milk, Great Shakes, shake it, and you got a great shake. Thick and creamy. Tastes like a soda fountain shake, not just flavored milk. Great Shakes comes in your favorite soda fountain flavors. It's so creamy, thick and dreamy. Anything can be a soda fountain now with Great Shakes, new Great Shakes. So if you want your own soda fountain now, go to the store and get Great Shakes. What's the name of it?
Great Shakes!
Great Shakes. Great Shakes.
and water. I know it serves me right, but I can't sleep at night. Have to hide my face or go some other place. I won't cry out for justice, admit that I was wrong. I'm saying hibernation to the toss upside the wall. The social life was done. My name is really Mud. I'm up to here in life. I guess I'm down to size. Can't seem to talk about the things that bother me. Seem to be what everybody has against me. Ow, ow, all right. Situation, how it really stands. I'm out of circulation. I've all but washed my hands. The social life was done. The name is really Mud. I'm up to here in life. I guess I'm down to size.
You get a quick tan with QT, a double tan, you see, it tans you anytime, rain or shine when you use QT.
QT Fabulous Quick Tanning Lotion by Coppertone gives you a double tan. Used as directed, QT tans you indoors without the sun, smoothly and evenly, in just 3 to 5 hours. Use QT in the sun, your tan becomes deeper, richer, helps prevent sunburn too.
You get a quicker tan, a double tan when you use QT.
Guaranteed by Coppertone.
It'll stop. What Donovan's trying to put over will stop wars dead.
I believe that you're right about Donovan saying that love is a great thing.
Now, we have the power, we have the tolerance. We can go in front of a television camera, we can go on the air, and we can say, with definition, that Hitler was wrong, that Rockwell is wrong, that people who hate Negroes are wrong, right? And we can get up there and shout it to the world, Pete.
Well, I don't argue.
We can shout it to the world. So why don't we do more of it? That's what I'm saying. We can stop world wars before they ever started.
I disagree. I don't believe that
you know who start world wars?
For one.
Do you know who start world wars? People that are over 40.
People. That's it. People
no,
start
people
world
that are too old to realise that love rules the world. Everybody's gonna pray on the very last day. When we hear that bell, ring the world away. Everybody's gonna pray to the heavens on the judgment day. Well, you can sing about the great King David, and you can preach about the wisdom of Saul. But the judgment falls on all mankind when the trumpet sounds the call. Everybody's gonna pray to the heavens on the judgment day.
Why has it all got to be so terribly loud? For me, frankly, it's too loud. I just can't bear it. I happen to have grown up in the string quartet, which is a bit softer. So why has it got to be so loud, so amplified?
Well, I don't guess it has to be, but I mean, that's the way we like it. And we didn't grow up with a string quartet, and I guess that could be one of the reasons why it is loud. And it doesn't sound terribly loud to us.
It's actually not everybody who hasn't grown up in a string quartet turns into a loud pop group, so your reason is not altogether convincing. But I accept that you like it. What I'm saying is that if one gets immune to this kind of sound, one may find it difficult to appreciate softer types of sound. Sid, yes? No?
I don't think that's so.
No.
I mean, everybody listens. We don't need it very loud to be able to hear it, and with some of it is very quiet, in fact. Right. Personally, I like quiet music just as much as loud music. We play in large halls and things where obviously volume is necessary, and when people dance, they like volume, you know, comes in on its own. But
well, that's interesting. You see, when people dance, you did start, if I'm not mistaken, as a group which accompanied dancing. Is that it?
Yeah, you could say that.
that you'll ever do. That's all I want to say to you. You are so beautiful.
Hey Jude,
funky Commodina. You know what I'm saying? I got every dog in my neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Welcome, folks. Hola, Andy. Hola. We're back from the photonic landing from our travail through time and space. Pushing too hard with Les Belkings there at the very end, who got pushed too hard over the edge there and through the digital photonic realm. Speaking of pushing too hard, we're well into the second half of our show here, folks, and we're gonna run through some real delights and treats and winners here. Some tasty treats. This is our, for lack of a better word, the chicken TNA set. So we hope you enjoy it.
There's nothing like hot chicken TNA.
It's chicken TNA. So, well, down to the last 40 minutes of show.
Yeah, we're gonna rock.
Mr. Ferret there, MC Ferret. What's first up online here?
Coming up, the next three clips are they were called Scopatones. Way before MTV, you could go into some select clubs, put your quarter or 50 cents or whatever it cost, pick the song you wanted to hear, and it would project the film onto a screen. And this is Leslie Gore doing Wonder Boy. These things were called Scopatones. They didn't last too long.
Scope out that Scopatone, dude.
You scope out this Scopatone, Pat.
This is definitely a Scopatronic video. So Leslie Gore, no relation to Al. Let's roll it.
Wonder Boy.
No relation to Al.
Your nose is always stuck in a book. I doubt if you even know how I look. Wonder boy, wonder boy. If you're so smart, how come you don't know I adore you? If you're so smart, you ought to know I love you. In reading and writing and arithmetic, you're the best in my class. But if you had to take a loving test, I doubt if you could pass. Wonder boy, if you're so smart, how come you don't know I'm gonna get you? I'll bet my heart that I'm gonna make you mine. If you're so smart, how come you don't know I'm gonna get you? I'll bet my heart that I'm gonna make you mine. Wonder boy, if you're so smart, how come you don't know I'm gonna get you? I'll bet my heart that I'm gonna make you.
Thank you, Leslie.
I'm really curious if our females in our panel of experts had the same reaction, over Wonder Boy that Leslie did.
No. Not really.
You wouldn't follow him around.
Well, I would follow him.
You'd follow him, but you wouldn't like him.
I'd be a stalker, easy. But
Wow. Oh, sure, I'd stab him to death.
I think Stalker might have been or Wonder Boy may have been a stalker himself. He kind of has that look about him.
Looks like Leonard Nimoy.
That book he's looking
He's
at.
waiting for the hot Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah, he's going to break out some Bilbo Baggins.
He's reading Lord of the Rings there.
You mentioned Alcor. I don't know what typical would say about that.
I wonder if
action there.
I was
Showing a
worried. I think this was probably banned at the time in like 7 countries.
No wonder they have parent advisory stickers on.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
That's just not right.
But pretty soon we're gonna have Dee Snider and Frank Zappa dragged from his grave and brought before the Congress.
Leslie Gore, man, the original punk.
Feed me. Hardcore.
She's
Tearing America's morality apart.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Wonder Boy's gay. That's all there is to it.
Well, now, she's actually. It's looking that way when you watch this. You got to wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
It's not that there's anything wrong with that.
She's giving Wonder Boy one last chance before
Wonder Girl.
Before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She decides to re-sign her contract with another team.
Well, if that's her version of the Wonder Boy, it's kind of no wonder she decided to hit from the other side.
Exactly.
After that. So
this guy makes Nimoy look tough.
Yeah, if Nimoy's been in this video, well,
he's riddling with Gollum, Anyway, shall we go beyond?
Go to the next
Wonder Boy? We don't have Morella's Forest version of Wonder Boy.
Were they using QT?
Yeah, I think that might have been a cover that they did.
They've got guts if they did.
Yeah, they've got guts. I don't know if they're aware of it. But anyway, let's move on to our next pair of underwear.
Next up in the TNA Chicken set, we have an unknown band.
No. This is.
Wait. Getting ahead of myself. Yeah, this is Nancy Sinatra with her big hit, "These Boots Are Made for Walking." But this is yet again, it's a Scopatone, so it's let's just watch it.
Yeah, you go scope out the Scopatone here. It's a familiar piece.
You know, I've seen Nancy Sinatra naked. Keep that in mind, folks.
All right, I'll keep it right.
And now someone else is getting all your best. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. But you ain't been right yet. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. Are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boots? Start walking.
You know, I know guys that would pay good money to be walked on in those boots.
You know what? What was these? The Scopatones?
Scopatone.
Yeah. You know, they're all risque. You know, like the panty shots, and then now you got all the legs, and then the.
Yeah, they're pretty cheeky.
They were, man. They were like in, these were in like,
in clubs.
Yeah. Yes.
In bars and.
Yes.
He is an expert.
Huh.
Yeah, they weren't
like I'm
on
on Family Feud.
Yeah, they didn't show them on Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay.
No, and they have that sort of color too, that Technicolor kind of blowout.
You know, in the day, back in the day, I would have been getting away with
something. Today, which isn't the day.
Right?
What?
I've been getting away with something if I've been watching one of these. I've been kind of like sneaking to go watch a Nancy Sinatra video.
Is that Lee Hazelwood's song? Lee Hazelwood wrote that?
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, all of his songs deal with it's weird sicko. He's a sicko, actually. I mean, it's like
Foot fetish
everything
guy.
you imagine going on behind that message. All his songs are like, you know, sort of S&M. Kill your wife, kill your mom, everything. And Sonic Youth.
He's writing old Porter Wagner.
Sonic
songs,
Youth is
right?
like re-releasing all of his material on their little label in Hoboken, wherever
Oh,
it's
really?
Yeah. So they all pick it up. So nice stuff.
That's a, well, you got the Nancy thing, you got the mob connection there, but killing parts of the family.
Speaking of Porter Wagner, he used to have an all-girl band. They come over. This is absolute truth. They come over and partied in my house once.
There has been a lot of Porter talk this week.
Yeah, they played at the Montgomery County Fairgrounds, and we saw them right after they played, and we invited them to come over. And there were some tough women. I mean,
what was their name? Did they
I
go
can't
by?
remember their name, but they called Porter Hitler.
Porter Hitler, there's a name for it.
In a tour bus, he would only let them read the Bible and the power of positive thinking.
Wow.
Wow is right. Yeah.
Meanwhile, these girls are going out and starting bar fights.
They could have beat me up.
Well, we couldn't get through a show without the Rev having some strange connection to some. First we had last you had the Fugs, and you knew the guy who got
Two of the guys.
Two of the guys from the
Thule and
Fugs.
Ned.
The guy who got smacked in the head. Yeah. the dancer team.
The dancer guy.
Yeah.
I'm so
Just the
disappointed though. I
sniper
haven't seen any Bhangra or like the Indian film music tonight.
Yeah, we don't have
Although
any.
Nancy comes close.
Yeah, it does come close. It's got a little bit of that Bollywood action going on here, But
look at those Janet Jackson moves, man.
Yeah, and those boots, well, like you said, expert number 2, those boots just don't look like they were made.
They
for
were
walking.
never made for walking.
No,
Those
not
boots aren't made for walking.
No.
Street walking.
They look like extra, from the Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS movie or something like that.
I was in that film.
Were you really? They made that film at the same camp that they taped Hogan's Heroes at.
That's creepy.
Yeah, it is kind of creepy. It's really weird.
No, actually, it makes perfectly good sense.
Yeah.
Oh God! Well, Colonel Clank. Before we get back to more schnapps here, we're going to get to our next video, actually, and it's another. This
Right.
this is a Scopatron.
This may be another Scopatone. It looks like one, but there's no title at the beginning of it. It's an unknown band. It opens up with a shot of the Dunes in Las Vegas.
It's the Dunes.
Yeah,
the band
the Dunes. Doing a medley of popular dance songs of the time period. And as a special added treat, we attached a black and white Mexican pool party, clip at the end of it. So,
right,
We can't have enough of it.
That doesn't feature a donkey.
but it fits the whole swimming pool theme of the next.
Yeah, the Mexican footage just kind of showed up. It was there, and it had to be used.
So this is the last of our chick clips.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, next, but next is the chicken clip.
Yeah, we're going to the chick and then the
chicken.
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah, you are.
You'll see.
Every car has one. You'll see. So
we hope you
I think
enjoyed
he's just
our
egging us
little
along.
TNA chick.
He's egging us along. Colette's.
we have no routine for the cool.
Any cheers?
We have a
Come on,
cheer.
can you do a cheer? Okay. Let's do this. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. He is the rebel. He is Uncle people, watch out. Prepare for defeat. He's tough. He's awesome. He's awesome. Rebel number 1. All right.
Wow. Yeah, man. It's not everyone who has their own cheering section.
Cap didn't have his own cheerleader.
I need my own cheering section.
He had the cool jacket.
I'm right over here, Andy.
I gave up on you a long time ago. You never called back. So if you have that down day, you're waking up, you just want to face the day, it's good when you have your own cheer. Go, go, go. That's just a thing to get through. That's better than coffee, right?
It's better than having your own theme music, actually. I would
Absolutely.
think.
It'd be good to have your own theme music. You walk around. Yep, that in the Bible, you know, and you're good to go there. Anyway, well, we're going to be good to go here with a little
roll the flavor.
The Dunes.
After the Coulettes, huh?
Yeah, I know. Well,
can't top that.
These chicks, and they're going to give it a shot on this thing. You know, they're working it at the pool. They're ready to cool you down and heat you up. All right, Richard.
Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. We're gonna twist and twist and twist. And it goes like this. Yeah, round and around and around. Yeah, baby, twist. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. We're gonna twist and twist and twist. And it goes like this. Gonna teach you how to do the swim. Let's swim. Baby, do the swim. Kinda like a dog, not so low. Like a hurdy-gully, but it ain't so slow. Swim. Baby, do the swim. Yeah, baby. They shout. Come on, baby, now work it on now. Swim. Baby, do the swim. Baby, come on. Pues del brazo de mi pescadita iré. Voy a ser pescador y en busca de mi pescadita iré. ¿Qué será para mí? Pescadita de mi corazón, que pare la trompita, mueva la colita y haga burbujitas con el corazón. Que pare la trompita, mueva la colita y haga burbujitas con el corazón. Y así sentiré que soy grande como un tiburón. Y así luciré, pues del brazo de mi pescadita iré.
Right over here.
Everything went black.
I would like to thank you guys for not cutting it off before, you know, and allowing that one last shot.
You're welcome.
There it is. You're missing it. Oh, thank you again. Thank you. Thank you.
That disappointing part of the segue, though, after they did the jerk, Los Jerks should have been playing.
Yeah. They should have.
Yeah.
Good point. Well, we missed it. They missed it. But see, the
It must have been a tribute to them.
It was. It was probably that. You know, they're trying to be a Los Jerks cover band. But, you know, people are having pool fun everywhere, you know.
Except us right now.
Right. But no, we're having it through them, you know, with them here. They're sharing their pool fun.
Kindred
here.
spirit.
Well, you're right, expert number 2 is like, this might be an instructional training film. at the
Yeah,
hotel
it
for.
was the Dunes instructional video for the guests who were, maybe average age 55, 60, so they could be up with all the hip dances of the day.
They know how to do the monkey, the swim, the jerk.
Volume 2 had the mashed potato and various other dances, and the twist 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And
Here we are,
who remembers
to
the
1,000 dances.
Yeah.
Only they all look alike.
Yeah. So and then we go to the Mexican action. I like when all the guys come charging.
Yeah. Well, you notice the last guy is like wearing like a toga or some type of towel.
It's like they have them like caged up. Okay, they're like, release the men.
These boys
Yeah, it's kind of like it's just not right.
Yeah.
But it is Mexico, so they don't.
Ay caramba.
That's the way it's done. That's
Anyway, we're.
Just paint it black.
8 went out.
We just lost some light, folks.
Well, we blew a bulb. I think Los Bishops
Did
have
we?
entered the.
They have. The spirit of Los Bishops have entered.
Yeah.
Just as a little note, my wife pointed out earlier on that Mexican clip, there was a line, mi pescadita,
Your Spanish is
mi
impeccable.
corazón. It's the little fish of my heart. Is one of the lines. Pescadita, mi corazón.
The little tadpole of my heart.
Anyway,
Anyway,
you're the little fish in my heart.
Feel the love, people.
well, we're going from the fish to the chicken here, and this is by.
You guys don't cluck around.
No.
Boom, boom. Two show daily, people. Try the meal.
We're here on Thursday. Try the meal. Don't forget to tip your bartenders and waitresses. This one is.
Yeah, we'll tell the story in this one.
Yeah. Should we wait?
Yeah. No,
Tell it
explain
after. Lay it on them there.
All right. Some of you folks may be familiar with a filmmaker, Herschel Gordon Lewis. He's most known for being the father of gore, doing splatter films.
Was
in
that
the
Leslie
60s.
Gore?
Yeah. Got a lot of gore in this. Al Gore, Leslie Gore, Father Gore. A couple of his films, 2000 Maniacs, Blood Feast being a couple of his more well-known films. Well, he did a little bit of everything, and this is his adventure into teenage flicks. And if any of you have seen the movie, Tom Hanks movie, That Thing You Do, this is kind of the same story as That Thing You Do. An evil promoter takes a young band, makes them number one, and takes everything they have. But this was an LA garage band called The Faded Blue, and this is a scene with Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken fame, and if anybody would want to see this whole movie, I highly recommend it. It can be found on Something Weird Video. They probably have a website. I mean, search it out. It's now on DVD also, so it's well worth searching out. It's a great movie.
It is. This is that thing that you shouldn't do.
Did you see that? Remember the guy in The Jerks, the drummer? I think that was Shades.
So then we provided you the whole clip of the band driving up to Kentucky Fried Chicken, making a deal with the Colonel. The Colonel, he's a very savvy businessman.
Just like Colonel Tom Parker.
Right. He's like,
this is the Colonel.
He's like, all right, I will give you a chicken meal for $1 if you play.
Now that's bargaining at any price.
And of course, the manager guy takes advantage of him. So while the band plays, he's
eating their
womping down on the chicken and doing it like a Neanderthal.
So that's how Elvis did those various films after he got out of the army.
Got the free bucket of chicken from the Colonel.
Explains it all.
I forgot to mention the title of this movie, which kind of doesn't have anything to do with the movie, is called The Blast Off Girls.
And there's hardly any girls.
There's no girls blasting off in the movie.
There's nothing to do.
But it's called The Blast Off Girls if you want to, seek it out.
Yeah, keep seeking.
Mary Ann,
we're going to give you a little taste of the chicken delight here, So.
Colonel turned into the chicken hawk and the chicken peddler.
You bring him back.
Yeah.
Big deal. I'll bring him back, all right. See that guy going at that chicken, man?
Yeah.
It's like,
I saw him dancing there.
It was crazy for the chicken.
That's pre-Ritalin.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Children's kids were all hopped off on Coke and everything. Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
The one kid looked like he was staring at the chicken the entire time he danced.
I'm so hungry.
You don't eat until you dance. I'll bring him back naked and greased. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Too far.
What? Huh?
Hey, yeah, that's not tasty.
Not as tasty as that fried chicken, Andy.
All right. Anyway, well, we're running out of time, folks, and
what's up next?
Well, we're gonna
The original Sex Machine.
James
Brown?
Me?
Almost. Not quite. You?
It's me?
Yeah,
you got that video I did?
No,
Billy Stewart? What's the name?
Billy Stewart, the winner of last year's awards.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't get the footage of you. Something went wrong with the camera, and we lost signal to you.
Yeah, I broke it.
Yeah,
I'm relatively certain what you were doing was illegal.
Anyway, no, we're gonna, since we seem to be on the sort of the sex theme here, sex and chicken theme, we're gonna go with
great taste. They go hand in hand.
Absolutely, and we even have a little bit of the fish action going on there too.
Let's just leave it alone.
We will. We're gonna close it out with the original Sex Machine.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones.
Yeah.
Playing on this side of the Berlin Wall, another one of those German TV shows. So they got the beat, and they got the German chicks shaking it there.
Olga, Helga, Uta,
and the German audience kind of getting shaken up, you know.
I mean, this is live Tom Jones. We're not talking about any lip syncing here. Live backing band.
Confronting some of that staid Lutheran Protestantism here.
And ladies in the panel of experts, please keep your keys inside your pockets.
Absolutely.
And if you notice,
remember, it's
stuffed in
only
his
a
pants
video.
are German knee-high socks this time to match the lederhosen.
Well, they're going to be shaking the lederhosen here. Richard, are you ready? We're going to run this one. Girls, settle down.
It's not unusual. The old hometown looks the same.
Ooh! Sorry, man. We gotta go, man. We're down to 7 minutes, 16 seconds. We got.
I will say that Tom Jones is a sexy Welsh bastard.
You know, he's got much there.
Well, those boots were made for walking.
Those were made for kicking. There.
Those were made for strutting.
Yeah, it's there. It's shake up the action. Get it's a good way to close out the night. Because we have to leave, and we've got to check out here in like 2 minutes. So, folks, thanks for tuning in. And I want to have an extra special thank you to our panel of experts for making it here. From all points, from everywhere.
You get a closeout cheer, maybe.
And the Coulettes, and all the folks here, and Dutch Treat back there, and Dan over there, and the Coulettes. Expert number 2, thank you very much.
Expert number 2, hold the E. coli.
Rev Coli. Thank you for making it again.
It's always a pleasure.
Don't forget.
Oh,
absolutely.
Shameless plug
Funky
time.
Favorites, or Funky
Shameless
45s
plug.
Volume 2.
Absolutely. We want to plug not only our brand new CDs, which you can get more information, listen to tracks on our website. Quickly, Richard, can you put our website up there for more information? You can watch online last year's show that had last year's winner, Billy Stewart, on it. So
incredible.
If you go there and look for the Love
Who's this
Hour,
year's winner?
you can watch clips, video
Who is this
clips
year's
from.
winner? That's a good question.
Figure 4.
Who is the winner?
I think it's Swearing Motorist.
Was it? Was it Swearing Motorist?
Yeah.
The one that
The Oregon,
the Oregon lady.
the Oregon state prison convict guy.
Yeah, with the
Don
grease.
Thrasher, Dave
I voted
Gilman.
for the Leslie Gore dancers.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah.
I like the Colonel. He outranks them all. But,
He does have rank.
he does. The Colonel. You got.
But how can you
posthumous.
deny Tom Jones?
Yeah, but I think sort of out of running Tom Jones is
Too
so
easy.
much above
It's too because he's always going to
He's
win.
like this godlike
We
being.
have 1 minute left before we have to roll our credits to find out who the winner is.
I'm going to
Winner?
go Colonel Sanders.
Expert?
I'm going Colonel Sanders.
It's your job to rank this stuff. What? Come on.
Okay,
Come on,
I see. I would go with Tom Jones.
But he always wins. He's
He
too
When was
always
the last
wins.
thing Tom Jones won? Honestly.
My heart.
All right, Tom Jones. I changed my vote. Tom Jones.
Well, we need a consensus, a panel consensus.
The Colonel. I have to go with the Colonel.
dancers were
The
really
dancers.
cool.
Okay.
His business savvy, all of it. He had it down.
Panties. I like Nancy Sinatra.
And extra special thanks as we're leaving
Yeah.
to
Really?
MC
No.
Farrah. Thank you, MC, once again. A great job. Thank you for the CDs, the producer of the CDs, the bringer of all the goods, once again from LA. Sing us a song.
Hopefully we can do it again next year, Andy.
Absolutely. Another show sometime. Thank you very much. Folks, we got to roll out of here. Look for reruns at some time.
What did you guys decide?
We decided on Nancy Sinatra's boots or dancers.
Or the Los Bishops are pretty good.
Wonder Boy was also.
Wonder Boy.
Wonder Boy was
Wonder Boy. Almost good thing.
I see we've reached a consensus.
They were all winners.
It's all part of self-esteem education here. Everyone feel good about the effort that they made.
Yes,
Absolutely. Power positive.
That was funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close out of here with what is this? Something.
It's
something.
In the way you move.
Absolutely. Richard, roll it. Good night, everybody. Thank you again.
Tread carefully.
You're gonna give me everything. So why
but like, you know, I saw a satellite, and it was going across the sky, and it flashed 3 times at me, and zigzagged and whizzed off, and I saw it, and I saw it, and I saw it, and I saw it, and I saw it.
I think it's when it's lights out and away they go. I think that's the most exciting moment of the race, to be honest. A lot is happening right at the race start, and that is the moment we work towards as engineers.
Now, you both work on the fastest cars in the world, and you know more about cars than the average driver. But Bernie, do you ever find people explaining basic things to you? For example, when you go to your local garage?
Yeah, I had an incident quite recently where I was actually buying a motorbike, but the guy decided to explain to me what swarf was. So, like, swarf is basically material that comes off, and explained to me the importance of doing my first service on time because of this mechanical component. And I just thought, for ease of conversation, it was better to go with his presumption that I did not understand what was going on. And the conversation was much quicker, I think, as a result. But yeah, I think there's definitely, you know, there's a lot of stereotypes there that I find quite funny, and I'm interested sort of, I guess, in Lisa's experience. I once had it in the design office where someone rang up about a drawing, but it's just your initials that are on the drawing generally, and I think they were expecting a guy and not the girl that answered the phone to them.
And how do they react? Do they when they realise it's you're the person behind it?
Well, there was a lot of, no, I need to speak to B. Collins, who's drawn this particular drawing number. I was like, yeah, that's still me. So yeah, I think you get used to those things, and you sort of take the humour out of them, and it is good to sort of readdress the balance, and definitely all those people that you interact with have a slightly different view of it the next time round, I'd imagine.
Lisa?
Yes, I do have a very similar experience, not inside the teams, to be honest, because both at Scuderia AlphaTauri and also at Alpine, they're very used to have women in the design office and getting drawings from women as well. So that's not an issue. The one thing that crossed my mind is going to a fuel station and like changing a light bulb. Guaranteed, if you open the bonnet of your car, that there is 9 out of 10 times you will get offered help, and maybe 90% of the people that are offering help are guys. And like sometimes I'm in the car and my boyfriend does it, and he never gets offered any help. So it surely has to do with gender. That's my experience for sure.
And Lisa, when you're offered help, do you, like Bernie, just let it go to make the conversation go quicker? Or do you say, I'm actually, tell them your story?
No, I never tell them what I do for a living. I thank them for their offer. Most of the time I can get it done. But yes, if I have been working on changing that light bulb for 5 minutes and I can't get my fingers around it, then yeah, surely I would like someone else to give it a try. Just to make sure it's not just me struggling.
Now, I would like to get to know a little bit about how you got into this world. Bernie, when you were a child, you watched Formula One on TV with your dad. What was it about the sport that got you hooked?
Well, it's interesting. In my line, a lot of people know they've always wanted to work in F1 and always wanted to work with fast cars, whereas I actually didn't really realise that. I had watched it, but at that time there wasn't the same exposure to what engineers did or the roles that were available. So I just started doing engineering because I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, and then kept progressing. And Formula One's one of those industries where it's the very top level of sort of engineering that you can achieve. So I just sort of kept working towards that and found my way into F1.
Now, Lisa, your passion for F1 started at a young age. How old were you when you watched your first race?
I must have been 3 or 4 years old. I don't remember exactly, but I watched every race with my dad. He was a big fan of the sport back in the days with like Michael Schumacher. I always wanted to be a driver myself, but realizing at one point that I was still not go-karting, I decided that I still wanted to work in F1, but as an engineer.
Now, you mentioned go-karting because that tends to be the entryway, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, I think every race starts with go-karting.
So tell me about getting into the industry. How did you turn that that dream of working within Formula One into a reality?
I was selected for the Infinity Engineering Academy final for Europe in 2017, but I didn't win in my year, though I got lucky enough to keep in touch with the team, and a year later they offered me a place that I happily accepted.
Now, Bernie, you said you didn't want to work in Formula One. It wasn't your dream initially. So at what point did you realize, oh, I really like this line of work?
I think for me, I sort of started my mechanical engineering degree really unsure of the path I wanted to go. And during those years in university, we did a programme called Formula Student, and we basically design and build a single-seater race car as a university team. And it was during that time, working together with a group of other people, trying to design the car. We actually brought it to Silverstone, and we raced it, around Silverstone 2 weeks after the Grand Prix. So it was during that time and working in that team that I realised actually there's loads of bits of this that really interested me, and it's the first time I really thought that a career in Formula One would be possible. I think before that I hadn't really thought that a career in motorsport or career in Formula One was really like an achievable goal.
And Betty, why did you think that it was an unachievable goal? What was it about? What was happening that made you think that?
I don't even think that I thought it was unachievable. It's just that I hadn't really recognise the different roles that are available within a motorsport team, because at that time there was loads of focus on the drivers but not so much focus on the pit wall or the engineer design team or anything like that. So a bit naively I hadn't really thought about the breadth of roles that could be done in the background team. Like Lisa, I realised that I was never going to be a driver. It's definitely not my skill set, and that's really why I hadn't thought about, I think, a career in that line of sport.
Well, let's talk about the work that you were doing. Bernie, you were working in the pit, that critical place where drivers stop for essential maintenance. What did that role involve?
So my role was race strategy. So if you think of just the race aspect of the weekend, which I guess most people focus on, you're making decisions like when you do the pit stop, what tyres you fit, and how you react to all of the external events that are going on. So that could be weather conditions or, like rain or different track temperatures, but also things like safety cars or accidents. So you're constantly making decisions about when your next pit stop going to be, how you can get the best out of the race result, and then you feel like you're sort of the last little piece of that puzzle to try and get the best out of that car then and get the return for all the hard work that everyone's put in up until that point.
I want to come back to that intensity in a second. Lisa, you are working behind the scenes. You're designing and bringing car components to life. Can you give us an example of what that entails?
So every component that you see on the car is designed by an aerodynamicist, and they basically design the shell of the car. So any other component that you cannot see with your eyes is underneath, and that's kind of designed by a composite or a mechanical designer. So I am a suspension or a composite design engineer, and I get like aero surfaces from the aerodynamic department, so the outside shell of the car. I turn it into a component, so that could be, for example, the front wing, and by assigning the thicknesses and like creating the shape internally and defining the materials for it. We then give it to the stress department. They do the calculations, check whether it's like actually strong enough to fulfill all the different load cases. Then I get it back and I design the tooling for it, because not every component can be actually manufactured just in one go. Sometimes you need some molds for it, or you need different tooling, as we call it, for it to actually eventually create that one part. And that's what I do. I turn surfaces into components, if you like.
And Lisa, what sort of timeframes are you working with if you're going from sort of designing to making something come to life?
That can be as short as 4 days. During the race season, you come back on a Monday morning into the office, you find some things that have happened at the track during the weekend, and you need to improve that for the next race. It can be as quick as like starting on Monday morning, and on Thursday afternoon, the component will fly out anywhere in the world. It could also be a lot longer, and the winter phase is a bit longer. I started the main components, the detail design, I think in the middle of December, and the components are now getting out because we have shown the car a few days ago.
And given the integral role you both play, do you ever get to drive the cars, like once a car's ready? Bernie, have you ever stepped into one of these cars?
I've never stepped into a car. I think very few people have. I think the closest I've come is I've stepped into a simulator, and they're really quite close to reality, which was a really interesting experience. But I think it shows pretty clearly that my life is not in driving.
Lisa, what about you? Somebody who wanted to be a driver. Have you stepped in any of the cars?
No, I have not, and I don't think they will ever do. The closest I have been getting is to a go-karting race that we do with the team. We always go go-karting. That's as close as I will get to racing an F1 car, I guess. Which is competitive enough, let's be, yeah.
A reminder that you're listening to The Conversation, and today we're talking to two women who help design and run some of the world's fastest cars. They are Bernie Collins, a former strategy engineer at Aston Martin and McLaren, and Lisa Veltman, a design engineer with AlphaTauri, an Italian Formula One racing team. Bernie, what do you enjoy the most about the work you do?
I think for me, what I enjoyed about the strategy role was the intensity of it, the adrenaline, the pressure, and that makes it very intense on a race weekend, but you really feel like you have this opportunity to affect the race result, to change what's going to happen, positively and negatively at times, but there's something. You get quite addicted in a way to that sort of Sunday feeling, that like race day atmosphere.
It's interesting because many people would run away from the intensity and pressure, but that's what appeals to you. So, Bernie, how do you get in the zone? I mean, in that situation where it's make or break, split-second decisions, how do you get in the zone to make sure that you're fully focused?
I think it's really interesting when you go to the pit wall and you sit in your seat and you put your headset on and it blocks out a lot of other noise. Sort of like that natural process gets you in the zone. You realise that when you're sat in that position, this is your sort of sole focus, and a lot of other things merge into the background. There's lots of prep that we do in advance. So yes, we make some really quick decisions lap on lap, but we do a lot of, what if situations. So what if there's a safety car now? So, the most typical example is even in a really boring one-stop race where you only have to stop one time, every lap almost you're discussing what you should be doing or what you would do if there was a safety car, or what you would do if you had an accident. So there's lots of decisions being made in the background that maybe people that don't ever come to fruition. You don't ever see the result of it, but it's that sort of constant preparation that allows you to make those decisions quite quickly and experience.
And handling the pressure that comes with that role, is that something that you just become accustomed to over the years, or are there certain things that you do to help manage that pressure?
I think you definitely get better at it. I think to look at when I started the role compared to when I finished the role, you definitely become a bit more resilient to the pressure and a bit more resilient, I guess, to mistakes, whereas before they would have affected you much more badly. But I think a lot of the way I went about it, and I think most people do, is through analysis. So it'll be the same in the design world for Lisa. We will have a mistake or something that goes wrong, and we'll go back and we'll analyse why that went wrong or what we could do better in the future. And through that process, over time, you get better at making new decisions or more fully realise what you could have done differently at that point. So we devote quite a lot of our time, probably more than we do in preparing for the next race. We devote to analysis of the last one.
And Lisa, you are behind the scenes, and the designs and changes that you are making, the adjustments, have an enormous impact on the results of a race. How have you gained the confidence to work in that environment? Because presumably, again, it's quite a stressful, highly pressurized environment.
Yes, it is a highly pressurized environment, like at the racetrack as well. It's a bit different for sure, because we're always a few weeks ahead of what is on track, if you like. Normally, you get paired with like a very experienced senior designer, and they have helped me so much throughout my young career at the moment, actually, to gain the confidence and do my job.
Now, it's true that Formula One is still a male-dominated environment, but there is a rising generation of female talent. What has been your biggest challenge, Bernie, as a woman in the industry?
It's something that you get asked quite regularly, but I don't necessarily think I've faced a lot of challenges with being an F1 engineer, particularly within the industry. In many ways, I stand out a lot. Like, I stand out on the pit wall. When I speak on the intercom, everyone knows it's me. So there's been lots of instances where actually it's been an advantage to be one of the few females in, the pit wall lineup, for example. It's definitely easier when you're trying to go to the bathroom at a racetrack because the queue is much less than it is anywhere else in the world. But yeah, it is growing, I think, the female representation, and continues to grow. And actually, from a strategy position, over 50% of the people on the pit wall when I left were female.
Lisa, what for you have been some of the advantages or disadvantages of being a woman in the industry?
I think a disadvantage is that everybody will know your name instantly. You need to remember 90 guys, their names. And here in Italy, it's not that hard because they're all called Matteo, Mattia, and Francesco. If you know these names, you can get away with quite a lot. But in all seriousness, I have never come across a situation in which it was like a privilege or a downside to be a woman in this industry. Everyone respects you regardless of your gender, and I've always gotten the help when needed for whatever job I was doing at that time.
Now, Bernie, there must have been moments when things got heated in the pit, given that, you've worked with arguably some of the most famous drivers in the world. It's, high intensity. How do you stand your ground in moments like that?
I think, again, it takes work, it takes practice. I think the drivers have generally been, much easier to work with than people maybe outside the industry think they are. They're very open to ideas and suggestions. I think within Formula One, there's a lot of trust that I'm the strategy expert, and therefore I've studied the problem for longer than others. So I must have, at least a better answer. People are very open to giving suggestions or ideas. Yeah, there have definitely been times where you question yourself, but thankfully the period that you have to make a decision is so short, you can't spend too long questioning yourself, which I guess is one advantage. But yeah, just over time you gradually build your confidence more to question things, and definitely things I would have backed down from in the past, I've got a lot stronger at sort of standing up for my decisions, and sometimes that's right and sometimes that's wrong, but you sort of learn from that and go forward.
Lisa, you've likened your career path to that of a superstar athlete. Lots of sacrifices, lots of extra courses and investments. What type of sacrifices have you had to make?
The sacrifices that I needed to make was to move out of my hometown when I was 18 and go study elsewhere. And as you all know, the Formula One teams are not based in the Netherlands. So for actually moving into a Formula One team, I needed to move abroad. That means leaving friends and family behind. The other thing is you make very long days. During the summer, sometimes it's not that long. You have quite a normal, regular work week. But in the winter months, that's when people think everyone calms down. But for us, the designers back in the factories, that's when it's peak moment, when we need to prepare the new car and all the components. So that's definitely when the pressure is on. But you do that so that you can see your car performing very well on track next year.
Bernie, what about the demands on your time? Because there's a lot of travel involved, isn't there?
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of experience echo what Lisa said in terms of, at least, very much initially when you're starting out your career, you put in the extra hours in the evening or the weekend or whatever it might be in order to progress and learn and get the components ready. For the race team, it's different in that we have a set calendar. We do 22, 23 race weekends now, and that involves sort of travelling all over the world. So often you'll end up being away for 3 to 4 weeks at a time. We've all had instances where you're on the other side of the world and something happens at home, or you're quite far removed from wherever it might be. So I think for the guys and girls that continue to do it, it is a massive commitment, and it's one of the reasons, to be honest, that I stepped back from it a little bit, in that I sort of got to a point where that continuous commitment of weekends away and putting your personal life to a good degree on hold wasn't really working for me.
There is a growing female audience. I think around 40% fans are now women. Why do you think that is, Lisa?
For sure, I think the Netflix documentary has helped a lot.
This is Drive to Survive, is it?
Yes, it is. it made visible like what happens on track but also off track and behind the scenes. Other than that, there is a very strong initiative from the FIA to get more women involved. It was called FIA Girls on Track, for example, and right now there is like the Formula One Academy focused on drivers, but still the FIA is also working very hard on like inclusion and diversity, and so do the teams.
Bernie, what's your theory? Why do you think more women are watching now?
Yeah, I definitely agree, with Lisa, and I think that, my experience of there've been friends of mine who would have had very little idea what I did really, are now more interested, can ask me more specific questions about drivers moving here or there, and sometimes I'm shocked by the questions I'm asked from people who I have never been asked a question about Formula One before. So I think the whole interest has really spiked. I don't know if, in part, some of it's been helped by we were one of the first sports things to get going post-COVID, so there was a period where there wasn't a lot of other sport happening, and F1 was really the only thing out there. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see, and you can see it at tracks. You can see lots more people, lots more females, a lot more people in the pit lane and the paddock. So yeah, it's really interesting to see it develop.
Well, later this year, Formula One will launch an all-female driver category, the F1 Academy. This is to prepare young female drivers to get to higher levels of competition. What do you think about that, Lisa? I mean, do you think it can be a game changer?
Yes, of course. It's always great to have a bigger platform where more people can start racing. In this case, it's only women, and it's a category with 15 cars on the grid, which is like quite a nice number of cars on a grid. You can learn a lot from each other driving in such a pack. So for the drivers themselves, I think it's great. It's great to get that opportunity. The other good thing about it is that it's with renewed teams that are already operating in Formula 2 and Formula 3. So the car itself is going to be a Formula 4 spec Italian race car. And I think that's really good because they will get the experience from the people that are already working, or from the teams that are already working in Formula 2 and in Formula 3, and learn from that.
Bernie?
Yeah, I think, again, I've not come through the driving route, but if you think of some of the best drivers we have on the grid, they started karting when they're 4 or 5, really, really young into a car. And that's the bit I think we need to start to encourage. So we need to encourage parents to give their very, very young children, girls, an opportunity in karts. So if through the F1 Academy or any of these other initiatives, we show that there is a viable career path for a female driver, and start to correct the balance of people only thinking boys should go in go-karts at a young age, then we'll start to see a pool of talent coming through. Because unfortunately, in my opinion, no matter how many girls you put in karts at 15, they're not going to be fit to compete against a driver who already has 10 years ahead on them. So we need to really push the public, the image of it, say there's viable routes available, and then start to encourage girls at a much, much younger age, or parents almost, you need to be encouraging at a much, much younger age, because until you get a 50-50 split in your amateur kart track with kids, then you're not going to get a big enough pool of talent coming through that can really compete.
So, Bernie, does that mean that the dream of seeing a woman compete in Formula One is still some way off?
I think so. I think that, and that's maybe quite an unpopular opinion, but I sort of feel that I think to get, really, really good drivers through to compete directly, I think it's more years away than potentially what people are thinking, and that's a pity. By all means, someone may tell me I'm totally wrong, and there's drivers out there that are competing at a very high end level. But I just think at the minute we've not given girls enough opportunity at a young enough age to be properly going head on with those guys. And potentially I'm wrong, and potentially those people are existing, and I've just not seen them yet.
Lisa, when do you think we'll see a woman compete in Formula One?
Yeah, it could be as quick as in the next 5 or 10 years, but it really depends, as what Bernie said, how many women are coming through the karting series into the lower formula classes. But I know there are quite some girls karting at like national and international levels, and unfortunately they often lack the backing to make the step into the formula classes, because the karting itself is quite expensive, but making that step to the younger formula classes, that is another very expensive step to make, and I think it just lacks backing. As soon as someone gets the backing at the younger age, maybe through one of the driver programs, and keep on progressing, it can be like there might be a girl driving around 15 years of age right now, be there in 5 to 7 years, because that's not an unreasonable age to make it as an F1 driver. But it all comes down to the backing. So a more realistic answer is probably 10 plus years.
And Lisa and Bernie, it's been such a pleasure talking to you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was talking to Formula One engineers Bernie Collins and Lisa Veltman. The conversation will be back next week. I'm Kim Chakaneta. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening to 91.3 WYSO, building a more informed community with independent news and storytelling. Support for WYSO comes from the Greene County Public Library, featuring on-demand access to arts and entertainment. Music and movies can be streamed through Hoopla, TV shows can be accessed through Acorn TV, and digital magazines are available through Flipster. Discover all of these resources and more at greenlibrary.info. Broadcasting from the campus of Antioch College, this is 91.3 WYSO, Yellow Springs, listener-supported and community-owned, serving Southwest Ohio. Good morning. It's 5 o'clock.
Hello, I'm James Reynolds on the BBC World Service. Welcome to BBC OS Conversations with Iraqis. 20 years ago, the Iraq War dominated the global agenda. Its consequences destroyed millions of lives, and the effects of war are still being felt today across many borders. The US-led invasion of Iraq aimed to overthrow the country's leader Saddam Hussein and to find so-called weapons of mass destruction. But those weapons were never found. We've been speaking to Iraqis about their lives over the past 2 decades. One is Balsam Mustafa, who's now here in the UK. She is still trying to recover from the horrors of war.
I process my memories sometimes by sharing them, but I don't share everything. Sometimes I force myself into forgetting some really bad memories that would traumatize me even further if I want to talk about them or write about them.
That's all after the latest BBC News.
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry Smith. The Indian opposition leader, Rahul Gandhi, says his disqualification by Parliament on Friday was a politically motivated attempt to distract from his accusations against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Mr. Gandhi said disqualification or jail would not stop him from asking questions about Mr. Modi's relationship with the billionaire businessman Gautam Adani. Yogita Lemerrier reports from Mumbai.
Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from Parliament after he was sentenced to 2 years in jail in a defamation case related to comments he made about Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname. Mr. Gandhi has said this is reprisal against him because he questioned links between Mr. Modi and a controversial Indian businessman. Most opposition parties in India have rallied behind Mr. Gandhi. One leader saying this is a new low for democracy in India. The ruling BJP has said actions taken against Mr. Gandhi are in accordance with the court's verdict and constitutional rules.
Security forces in France remain on high alert amid continuing anti-government protests after President Macron forced through legislation to raise the state pension age. They're watching for sporadic actions ahead of the next planned nationwide protests on Tuesday. Hugh Schofield is in Paris.
No one is entirely clear how it's going to defuse. Defuse it must. We've been through crises like this before. At some point, one side or the other will make some kind of compromising noise, and the other side will say yes, and we'll move into a new phase. But we're not there yet, and I suspect that we've still got some trouble and some tense times to come. What's interesting is that the cancellation of the King's visit is seen as a big, big victory by the left, and that in itself is something which, you know, they may add to their kind of balance sheet and may help sort of kind of ease tensions in the days ahead, but we'll just have to see.
Tributes have been paid to one of the pioneers of the technological revolution of the last century, the Intel co-founder Gordon Moore, who's died at the age of 94. He famously predicted that computer processing power would double every year, later revised to every 2 years, an insight known as Moore's Law. Harvey Feinberg, president of the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, said Mr. Moore was a quiet and modest man.
I'd like to say I never met anyone with a smaller ratio of ego to achievement than Gordon Moore. He also had one of the highest ratios of value per word uttered. He was a rather taciturn man, but when he spoke, it was with great wisdom and always with care and insight into the problem at hand.
World news from the BBC. Several tornadoes have killed at least 11 people in the U.S. state of Mississippi. The authorities said the twisters left a trail of damage for more than 150 kilometres. Trees and power lines were torn down and tens of thousands of power outages reported. Search and rescue operations are underway. The Supreme Court in Mexico has suspended a new law that critics argue undermines the independence of the Electoral Commission. The court said it granted the suspension because the law could violate political and electoral rights. The Electoral Commission says the law would slash staff and its ability to monitor election propaganda or sanction public officials. The Supreme Court in Samoa has convicted 2 men of plotting to murder the Pacific Island nation's longest-serving Prime Minister. Malele Paulo and Lemai Sion had denied accusations they paid a hitman to try to assassinate Tuila Epa Salele Mali Lenguoi in 2019. Samoa is also seeking the extradition of a Samoan Australian on similar charges. Human rights groups say all 3 were vocal critics of Mr. Tuila Epa, who was Prime Minister from 1998 to 2021. The Foreign Minister of New Zealand, Nanaia Mahuta, has said she's raised concerns over Beijing's human rights record during her 4-day visit to China. She spoke with the Chinese Foreign Minister, Qin Gang.
New Zealand's been quite consistent in raising the issue with regards to the Uyghur people in Xinjiang and also a number of other issues in relation to Tibet and Hong Kong, Taiwan and the South China Sea.
A Brazilian court has ordered the country's ex-Formula One star Nelson Piquet to pay almost $1 million in damages. It's for racist and homophobic comments about the 7-times world champion Lewis Hamilton.
Hello, I'm James Reynolds on the BBC World Service. Welcome to BBC OS Conversations with Iraqis. We've been reflecting on the 2 decades since the Iraq War with those living both in the country and abroad. They share how the many consequences continue to affect them to this day, even if they're living thousands of miles away.
Last year, I went to a fireworks show for the very first time, and within me, there was a war. I could not separate that from imagining that these were bullets in the sky and I'm going to die.
The US called its invasion of Iraq in March 2003 shock and awe. By the end of that year, the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein would be captured. He'd later be put on trial and executed. The American government claimed that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, was a threat to international peace. But even after an exhaustive search, no such weapons were ever found. I remember visiting Iraq myself half a dozen times between the years 2003, 2006, and seeing the effects of war getting deeper and deeper. And the cost of the invasion continues to be counted in so many ways. No one knows exactly how many Iraqis have died as a result of the war. Estimates, though, are all in the hundreds of thousands. The political instability that followed saw the rise of jihadist extremists, including Islamic State. There was a civil war and the spread of violent sectarianism across the region. Inevitably, then, the invasion meant that the lives of millions of Iraqis changed forever.
Our bleached bodies are timeless, our flesh fresh, our faces reborn raw, snakes shedding their skins. The gales are bawling, crawling, dragging storms of ash, washing us with the blood of those in combat, not fighting, but slaughtered and defeated, fighting.
That was an extract from a poem by 27-year-old creative writer Yalda Al-Ani. It's called My New Lullaby, about that first day of the war that Yalda experienced as a young girl. She moved to the United States 3 years ago and uses writing and poetry to, as she puts it, process her trauma. We brought her together with 41-year-old Balsam Mustafa, who's an academic who's been living in the UK since 2013. Like Yalda, she grew up under Saddam Hussein. I began by asking her what she remembered of the invasion.
I was actually talking to my uncle a few days ago, and I told him of a memory I had of him where we were sitting in the house and Saddam Hussein came on the news, and I remember my uncle spitting on the TV, and as a kid I asked him, "Where are you spitting at?" And he was like, "Oh, someone on the TV." Of course, he couldn't say Saddam,
yeah,
because he would be probably executed the next day if I said anything in school about it. And I wasn't supposed to say anything about it. I was always supposed to say positive things. I was always supposed to call Saddam not Saddam, but father, Baba Saddam. So I sensed the discomfort and the fear, especially when the war was approaching. There were conversations in the house where I felt like people were talking slightly positively about possibly getting rid of Saddam. I do remember things were scarce because we had sanctions imposed on us. For instance, bananas were not as easy to approach as they were after the war, but I didn't know why.
Yalda, then, you were so young, just 7 when the invasion happened, but Balsam, our other guest, you were 21. Enough, I would imagine, to have really detailed recollections of the day of the invasion. Take us through your memories.
It is detailed, but at the same time, it's very hard sometimes to recall the details. And I think this is how we tend to heal our scars, left by legacy of wars and invasion and economic sanctions. So sometimes it's really hard to collect all those pieces and put them together. Growing up in Baghdad before the invasion, I was a teenager in the 90s, so maybe that was one reason why I knew that Saddam Hussein, I was aware that he was a dictator, and I was aware of his brutality. I had heard my parents talking about him negatively. We knew that we had boundaries, and we knew that we could lose our lives if we ever dared to say something bad about him at schools, for instance. However, I had some tactics of resistance. Every morning at school, we used to sing the national anthem, and then we used to say something like, "Long live Saddam Hussein," and then everyone would need to clap their hands. I would not do that. So these simple things, keeping silent sometimes, these were my ways of, resisting Saddam Hussein. I was dreaming of the day that there would be a life in Iraq without Saddam Hussein, not with the war, not with a foreign, of course, intervention. But when that was inevitable, I thought that maybe there could be an opportunities for Iraqis to rebuild the country. So it was like a sense of optimism, but that evaporated quickly after the invasion. Just a few days before the invasion took place, many families in Iraq decided to leave, but not leave outside Iraq because that was not an option. We were isolated from the rest of the world. And they did this during the 1991 Gulf War. But my family didn't want to leave because if anything would happen, then it would be better for us to die together. We all stayed in one room, in the living room, and it was horrific because the bombing and the sound of the explosions was very intense and severe.
Balsam, how do you process your own memories?
Sometimes by sharing them, but I don't share everything. Sometimes I force myself into forgetting some really bad memories that would traumatize me even further if I want to talk about them or write about them. I just would keep them to myself. I think I'm not ready yet to share every single details about what happened after the invasion. But maybe in the future, I will be braver and I will be more ready and prepared.
Do you think that day will come?
I think we have to talk because the Iraqi voices have been marginalized and people have been listening from others, from officials, from politicians, but not from Iraqis. And I think it's really important that we share our stories and our experiences. It's just about, finding the right time and the right moment. And this differs from one person to another. Only today I was reading a very powerful personal account by my friend Rasha Al-Aqidi, an Iraqi writer. And I was crying. I told her, you opened really many wounds and the scars. I admire you for being brave and being able to share them. There are still some memories that I can't talk about.
Yalda, you've used poetry as a way of helping you through the process. Are there similarities with Balsam's experience, that there are some memories which are too hard to talk about?
I totally understand, but to me, I force myself to write them. I'm working on a novel about the different wars that happened in Iraq during the 90s and until up to 2010. And there are a lot of scenes, and they just hurt so much. Just writing them feels so heavy and draining. But at the same time, like she said, the Iraqi voices have been marginalized. We read numbers about how many people were killed, about what happened, just the logistics of it. And this, I believe, dehumanizes the Iraqi individual experience. And I find writing and hopefully publishing in the future to be a very, very important thing to do, because I want to give voices to us, the people who suffered. I want the world to see this suffering and to feel it. It is very hard sometimes to write some things and to be so vulnerable and to share. I'm in the U.S. and I share with my American peers, knowing that they try to sympathize, but they don't particularly understand emotionally. They do intellectually understand the experience, but emotionally that's quite impossible. If you don't live in it, you cannot imagine what a bombing sounds like.
What does it sound like?
It is powerful. It is jarring when a house shakes and when windows break and when you feel like your eardrums are being pierced and you feel the vibration of the sound in your body, in your lungs. That feeling is hard to describe, as it is hard to be understood. Like, for instance, after the war, there was no electricity in Iraq, and we slept on rooftops in the summers because it was very hot. And constantly there were American helicopters in the skies. And once a helicopter landed on our roof while we were sleeping there, I was, 9, 10, and the sound was so loud, and the helicopter blades are spinning and making this roaring winds, and our covers would just fly. And that was a quite traumatic experience for me. And now, years after that incident, I still have a flashback whenever I see a helicopter or hear a helicopter.
Balsam, you can understand that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, your question about the sound of bombing. The first time I heard a bomb was in the 80s. I was quite young. I think I was 4 years old. There was an explosion. It was very close to where we live. I panicked, but I don't know how to describe the feeling, but I know how I felt years later during the 1991 war, when the war started. I woke up and I was shaking. We would normally say in Iraq, body shake like a palm tree. My dad was holding my body and trying to comfort me, and he was so scared because that was uncontrollable shaking. You know, there are lots of fireworks, James, in the United Kingdom.
There are.
Yeah. So every sound, it would startle me and would panic me. Although I love fireworks, especially because my daughters love them. And fortunately for them, they don't have those traumas or memories. So I have like mixed feelings about them, because on one hand, I hate them because they remind me of the sound of bombings. On the other hand, I know their purpose is to celebrate things. And also I agree with you, Yelda, it's very hard sometimes to explain all of these things to someone who hasn't experienced them.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I have exactly the same experience with fireworks. Actually, yeah. Last year, I went to a fireworks show for the very first time. United States Independence celebration. I don't remember. Everyone was excited, and then the fireworks started. And within me, there was a war. I was like, this is a celebration. And then at the same time, I could not separate that from imagining that these were bullets in the sky and I'm going to die. It was very, very traumatic, and I just thought, I won't do this again. And actually, it's in the opening scene of my novel. I'm so sorry we've been experiencing this. But at the same time, I'm so glad to hear this from you, because you're the first person expressing the same thing that I have.
Yeah, actually, the first time I experienced it was when I came to the UK, and I was visiting actually an Iraqi friend, and that was the very first time I had the fireworks, and I was shaking, and then she told me, no, don't worry, it's just fireworks. We all felt the same the very first time we had them, until we knew it's fireworks.
You're both living in exile, Yelda in the United States and Balsam here in the UK. Where is home?
Oh, this is a very, very difficult question that I ask myself, I dare say, multiple times every week. It is hard. I feel scattered. A home is a concept that is really unknown to me, because I can't consider the U.S. to be home, despite the fact that there is more peace here. I walk freely as a woman. I'm not afraid that I would be assaulted or something by any militia, by anyone. There's a lot of good things about like infrastructure, healthcare, like the logistics of it. But at the same time, I don't feel home because I'm different. I don't share the culture. I don't share the food. I'm just not the same. I always feel alienated constantly. And it is also very, very hard to be in Iraq and not feel like I'm home, because I feel unsafe. I've never felt safe in Iraq, really. So I don't feel like I belong anywhere. And that is a struggle of mine that I've been trying to explore and express through my writing. And I'm still looking for home.
Yeah. That question really, James, has touched me. If we look back to 2019, when the biggest protest movement erupted in Iraq, we call it the Tishreen Uprising, and Tishreen translates into October. The main slogan of the protest was Nreed Watan, and Nreed Watan translates into we want a homeland, or we want a country. So imagine living in your home country, but you still don't feel that this is your home. And this is really powerful, because the idea of home is not just a place. It's a place where you have your dignity as a citizen, you have your rights. And when all of this is lost, you start asking yourself, where is home? So for me, I started to reconstruct this concept and reconceptualize it. So home for me now is more abstract than a concrete entity. It's something that about, the good memories, the good people, and also about the feeling of safety. So that's why I belong to an imagined Iraq. And at the same time, I belong here to the UK, because in the UK, this is where, like Yelda has said, I feel safer, and I feel that, my basic rights are claimed. So this is home for me. It can be anywhere and it can be nowhere at the same time.
Balsam Mustafa here in the UK and Yalda Al-Ani in the US. They were both born in Iraq. They now live abroad, and they made there surely so many powerful and poignant points. We're grateful for their time. We also wanted to get a glimpse of life inside Iraq. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, was in the country this week. He said it's more stable so far this year than it has been for a long while. But public anger remains. There have been demonstrations about issues such as poverty, corruption, and the country's failing infrastructure. Let me introduce to you Yassin Hossein Ali, who was just 11 when the invasion began. He's now 31. He lives in Baghdad. And Asma Khalid is 26. She lives in the northern city of Mosul. She works as an IT instructor.
I graduated 3 years ago, where I started doing some jobs here and there, and now I'm an instructor at an organization helping newly graduate people where they don't have the required skills to get a job, maybe in English and IT skills and computers, because what we're actually having here right now is a completely corrupted and inefficient education system where you can graduate and have a degree, but when you come to real life and try to find a job, you will have another different criteria that you didn't actually get during your 4 years of studying at college. So we are actually trying to help these to get the skills that they need in order to maybe open their own startup or maybe get a job at an organization or a company. And we are having a lot of success stories. But eventually, whatever you do, you look around at some point and you see, are we actually creating an impact? We don't have a fully functioning hospital, not even one fully functioning hospital. Half hospitals are not enough. Half a college is not enough. Half the schools are not enough. We don't have a fully functioning health system, education system, even the streets. The roads that actually supposed to take 15 to 20 minutes, it took 14 minutes because of the destroyed and damaged streets. We are fighting this on a daily basis.
Yassin, you're in Baghdad, the capital. Is the story of your life similar to what Asma's saying about her life in Mosul?
Actually, yesterday I was demonstrating because we have people who have MA and we have PhD. We cannot find a job, all right? So what they did, more than 6 months, they told us we have forms, we're going to give people the opportunity to have jobs. But not all people could actually, fill these forms. And also we have people after 8 months or 6 months they graduated, also they have MA and they have PhD. You can feel my voice is not very well because I was shouting. Actually, we will just tell them, guys, we need our rights. They should open new forms for us. They were police. They actually, sometimes they were terrifying us. They were inside, you should actually go your homes or we're going to do something bad to you guys. They protect the government. It was really bad. It's really hot in Iraq. Sometimes they stay the whole day there and no one can listen to them. Sometimes they force them to come back to home. This is what's happening actually in Iraq.
The US-led invasion was 20 years ago, which for both of you is most of your lives spent in the aftermath of that invasion. And Asma, in Mosul, have you ever had a period in your life in which things are just normal? You get up, see friends, you go to the park, and there isn't that backdrop of violence and instability. Have you ever had that?
Maybe in the past 3 years, we are having a very secured city. It's good. We're not witnessing a war, but we spent the last 17 years of our lives in a continuous war. I know some would say the U.S. invasion ended something between 2009 and 2011, but they left a very fragile country that can be invaded by anyone. so easily. They left the country with no military forces, no secured borders, no trusted government. So that's what led to the war and the ISIS war in 2014, where Mosul entirely was invaded by ISIS, and then you have Anbar and you have Salah ad-Din. These governors were entirely invaded by ISIS, and then the severe war happened in Mosul specifically. The liberation battles were awful, horrifying, very severe. It destroyed the city to the ground. It burned everything to the ground. I don't think anyone witnessed such a war. Then it took a while for the people to start having kind of normal life. But what about the destroyed city? What about the damaged streets, the universities, the hospitals, the schools? So actually we don't have a park. They are trying to build like one or two after 2020. The city still needs a lot. Considering what we've been through, we can say that this is a normal life. We're having the best days so far. But yet we're still one of the worst countries in the entire world, when Iraq was one of the best countries, with the health system, education system, with the development and everything we had at that time, where so many countries didn't have even the smallest thing that we had at that time. But after war, it's the aftermath, it's the consequences that we are still suffering so far. So yeah, Mosul now is secure. It's trying to rebuild, but it will take generations to have a normal life again.
Half a hospital is not enough. Half a school is not enough. Such a vivid picture there. Our thanks then to Asma Khalid in Mosul and Yassine Hussein in Baghdad for sharing some of the many challenges and difficulties they continue to experience. I'm James Reynolds on the BBC World Service, and you've been listening to BBC OS Conversations with Iraqis.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content. APM, American Public Media, with support from the Slowdown podcast. Join award-winning poet Major Jackson, the newest host of the Slowdown, for a hand-picked poem and a moment of reflection every weekday. Follow wherever you get your podcasts.
A new Tennessee law criminalizes drag performances on public property and prohibits minors from attending shows. But drag queen Eureka O'Hara says the art form is misunderstood by its critics.
We're not trying to harm anybody. We're just trying to be fierce and fabulous and celebrate each other.
A conversation with that proud Tennessean was all the news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
This morning at 8 on 91.3 WYSO.
I'm Maggie Eyre. Today we feature a hit by the Scots band The Proclaimers, Sunshine on Leith.
The line, while I'm worth my room on this earth, our kind of time on this earth is not a given. We go through life thinking that we're going to be here forever, but actually there's a while there. We never know how long we have.
That's soul music. A bit of Sunshine on Leith coming up on BBC World Service.
BBC News with Jerry Smith. The Indian opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has condemned his disqualification from Parliament as a politically motivated attempt to silence him. But he said it would not stop him asking questions about the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and a billionaire businessman. Security forces in France remain on high alert amid continuing anti-government protests after President Macron forced through legislation to raise the state pension age. Several tornadoes have torn a swathe of destruction across the U.S. state of Mississippi, killing at least 19 people. The twisters caused devastation in the towns of Amory and Rolling Fork. The commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces has said the Battle of Bakhmut is stabilizing after months of Russian attacks. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties there. Tributes have been paid to the Intel co-founder Gordon Moore, who's died at the age of 94. The Silicon Valley pioneer began working on semiconductors in the 1950s and predicted the rise of the personal computer. The U.S. Border Patrol has stopped a freight train in southern Texas after getting an anonymous emergency call that migrants were suffocating on board. They found 2 people dead, with at least 10 others needing immediate hospital treatment. The Supreme Court in Mexico has suspended a new law that critics argue undermines the independence of the Electoral Commission. The court said the law could violate political and electoral rights. A Brazilian court has ordered the ex-Formula One star Nelson Piquet to pay almost $1 million in damages for racist comments against the 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, the only black driver in Formula One. And a large asteroid will pass between Earth and the Moon today. It doesn't pose a threat. BBC News.
Today we amble gaily down the Invertrossix Road, cherishing each other, taking it easy and slow. You're out in front, belting sunshine on Leith like grand opera, having forgotten your thin legs, fuzzy head, pallor. My tears are drying, my tears are drying. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My heart was broken.
Our world renews.
My heart was broken. Sorrow, 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 sorrow. My heart was broken.
Hi, my name is Melinda Tetley. I live with my family in Edinburgh. And in September 2017, my son Andrew, who was 19 at the time, was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
My tears are crying.
One of the things we heard about very early on was the Ripple Retreat. They offer 5-day visits for families who have a child afflicted with cancer. It was the watershed moment because it made such a difference to us in our healing process.
My tears are crying.
You're just totally situated in nature, and from wherever you're standing, you can see the water and the loch, and you can see the hills behind it. It was quite hot. It was in the middle of summer. So we had the sunburn, we had the heat, we had the midges. There felt like there were lots of risks around. So the first day I felt quite nervous. The second day, it was quite a sunny day, but had just finished raining, and Andrew was a bit reluctant to go out for a walk that day because he was still feeling incredibly tired. But when the sun came out, we kind of all gathered ourselves together and started walking. Andrew was in front with Eliza, who is 13 at the time. She jumped on his back and he kind of told her to get off, and they were playing about. And then he started singing Sunshine on Leith. Because when the children were growing up, we would actually sing the Proclaimers as a family, but the children didn't really understand the depth of the song. For the first time, the idea of loss and of a situation where you repeat sorrow 4 times, or my heart was broken 4 times, it kind of settled on us, and we understood fully those words. A song where you repeat, I will be with you, but also the words, my tears are drying. Thank you, thank you. Because we were together and Andrew had survived the intensive treatment. We were beginning to look forward, and I think we were just incredibly grateful to be together and sharing that moment next to Loch Vanacker.
Your beauty and kindness made tears clear.
I'm Clive Stafford Smith. I'm the founder of the legal charity Reprieve. every time I would try a death penalty case, and I suppose I've tried 26 death penalty cases to a jury all the way through. And these are pretty exhausting affairs. You know, sometimes they start at 8 a.m. in the morning in court and they go to 8 or 9 at night. And then you've got to prepare for the next day. I would pick a song for the trial, and then when I got back to wherever we were staying, I would plug in my headphones and I would set that song on absolute repeat. I've been a fan of the Proclaimers forever, and I had Sunshine on Leith one time, and once you've done that, it sort of imbues you with the song and a very emotional attachment. There are some bits of music, there are some just chords that somehow just play on the heartstrings. And I won't pretend that I'm one of the world's great emotional people, but as I've got older in life, there are some things that just get me all a bit weepy. And Sunshine on Leith, just as it soars up, I don't know, it just touches my heart somehow. It was about 3 days after 9/11. I was running a death penalty charity where we were representing people on death row in New Orleans. It was really difficult. I totally misjudged and didn't understand the emotional reaction of the United States. I'm American as well as British, but I think those of us in Europe are used to, sadly, being bombed and having wars and all the rest of it. But actually in America, you can name the dates on which America, the continental US, has ever been attacked. And there's only really been 3 of them, including burning the White House, and the third one was 9/11. And I couldn't quite understand the American response, and it was a very eerie world. I remember the morning of 9/11 itself when I was looking for a witness in the death penalty case, and the whole of the city I was in, Lake Charles, was just silent, and it was as if everyone had suddenly died. And it was like that in New Orleans, an incredibly vibrant city where suddenly everyone had vanished in shock. And even though the rest of America was in shock and nothing really was happening, we'd got tickets to go. 4 of us from the charity were going to go see the Proclaimers at Tipitina's Uptown in New Orleans. And we went there, and there were precisely 8 people in the audience. There were the 4 people from my office, and then who should show up across the room but 4 prosecutors from the New Orleans DA's office who were our sworn enemies. And that was the sum total of the audience. Craig and Charlie came on to 8 people, and you know, I suppose one reason they had an album called Persevere was they played as if there was an audience of thousands. And I remember very much that night them doing a wonderful edition of Sunshine on Leith. It was just a weird experience to be there, and also in a very strange way to have a commonality with the prosecutors. You know, the last people on earth I would expect to run into in a concert by the Proclaimers in New Orleans would be the people who normally are arguing that everyone should die. And I would kind of love to ask them what Sunshine on Leith meant to them. We didn't talk, you know, us and them. They sort of stayed giving us an evil stare from the other side of the room, really. I went over at one point and tried to make nice, but that didn't work. You know, the concert of the band and 8 people in a really big area was just the epitome of what was going on around 9/11 at the time, with this sort of ghost town with a ghost concert. It was so just weird, actually.
Hi, I'm Dave Robb. I'm an academic and musician. I'm a senior lecturer in music at Queen's University Belfast. I was the support act on the Proclaimers tour in 1988 when they first sang that song. It's a ballad. It starts with the piano, but you also have country elements coming in there as well with the pedal steel guitar and the violin too. So they're drawing on different traditions there. It's almost tantalizing. It keeps you hanging on and you're waiting for this big chorus. And it comes in the end, and when it comes, it's like a release. Rock and roll meets country, and there's elements of gospel in that as well. But I think it's useful to remember they also came up through the punk movement in Scotland. And I think what's different about Sunshine on Leith, it's like they've almost reconciled themselves with the world, with themselves, and it's really a love song. One lyric that stands out for me is that line, "Where tears clear my blindness."
My blindness.
The theme of blindness comes up quite a lot in their early lyrics. You've got references to blindness and seeing and clarity, and this is about seeing. It's about seeing it almost for the first time. Everything becomes clear. And that lyric always struck me as being really potent, partly because I'd come across that in their lyrics before, this idea of blindness and overcoming blindness. I think the arrangement is very sparing. It is quite minimalist. I think it's a very straightforward statement. It really, I think the musical treatment corresponds very much to the statement. It sounds like somebody coming out the other end after a period of personal setbacks or even sorrow, and giving thanks for that. And you can actually feel the sadness that Craig has been through and his joy arriving at this new place, like someone finding salvation through love and acquiring a new faith through that.
My name is Margaret Alcorn. I am a retired teacher, educator, and I live in sunny Leith. It was, of course, the setting for Trainspotting, the Irvine Welsh Trainspotting book and the subsequent movie. Then it had got this reputation for a lot of sex workers, drug takers. However, it's had a huge renaissance. Sunshine Leith had always been a very popular song in this part of in Leith for obvious reasons. Certainly there was a strong feeling of support for the Proclaimers, who were local entertainers and local people. Edinburgh has two football teams. One is called Heart of Midlothian and the other is called Hibernian. Their stadium, Easter Road, is in Leith itself, and it has become a very strong focal point for the community, the football team. And my husband, who was a supporter, became General Secretary of the Supporters Association Club. You know, they organised children's parties. Most of my friends' weddings were there. They had trips for elderly people in the summer. So the Supporters Association became a kind of focal point for social and community involvement. Around about 1990, the person who was responsible for the Heart of Midlothian football team decided it would be a good idea to amalgamate the two clubs. It was announced one weekend and it just shook the foundations of the community, because the club had become a unifying force, a central part of the life of many of the people who live in the area, and the idea that it wouldn't be there really was devastating. People crying, lots of elderly supporters who had supported the team since they were boys, people who relied on it for their social activities. It was a seismic shock. Some of the more committed members decided that they wanted to fight back, and a group was formed which was called Hands Off Hibs. My husband Bill, he was a doer. He did his job and then came home and then did another job, which was basically trying to mobilise as much support as he could for the Hibernian Football Club. And the sort of first coming together of this group was a concert, an event that was organised in the Usher Hall in Edinburgh, the biggest venue in the city. And the stars of the show that night were the Proclaimers, who themselves were staunch hippies and always had been. That night, the Proclaimers sang Sunshine on Leith, and it was a hugely moving experience. People were crying just because at that stage it seemed very unlikely we could fight off this bid. And I just remember it as being hugely moving and quite sad, and it's quite a sad song, although it's a love song. It's got that hint of melancholy about it that I think just really spoke to how people were feeling. It had all the right emotions. It had the melancholy, you know, my heart is broken and so on, and then it had the absolute commitment to making things better. I will be with you. Leith has its own motto, which is just basically persevere. That is also somehow implicit in the emotions of the song, you know, that we will still be there, we will persevere, we'll stay together. So on all levels, both personal and kind of community-based, the song just seemed to sum up how people were feeling about the takeover and the threat to the club.
My name is Ross Wilson, and I perform and record under the name Blue Rose Code. I grew up in Edinburgh in the 80s and 90s as a little boy during the train spotting years. My family are all from Leith. I always felt like a bit of an outsider, and music gave me a vehicle to be able to reach out of myself and connect with you. I joined bands when I was 15, and I've been doing it ever since. Sunshine on Leith is a very special song for me. Whenever I hear Sunshine on Leith, it makes me think of home. The song starts with this amazing piano figure repeating, and that chord played unaccompanied to this day, it just has the ability to stop me in my tracks.
My heart,
and then the lyric, you know, my heart was broken.
My heart was broken.
Sorrow. I grew up a fan of Hibernian Football Club, and I was about 15 when I started to attend. You know, attending matches at Easter Road felt like being welcomed into what at that time was a man's world that really I'd never known. For 2 hours every week, men who were not very well acquainted with their emotions were given permission to be demonstrative and to laugh and to embrace and to be devastated. And then came the song, and everyone would stop chatting. They'd put down their programmes, and thousands of voices in the stadium crying out together. My heart was broken. And the Reed brothers gave us this glorious, unifying script of despair and redemption. You know, my tears are drying, thank you. And the next line, one of my favourite rhymes, is, while the chief puts sunshine on me. You know, I thank him for his work and your birth and my birth. And I always took that as a nod to the gospel music that Charlie and Craig were so influenced by, you know, the harmonies and the arrangements of the music. I think they talked about God, you know, on those wintry Saturdays with the steam rising from polystyrene cups of Bovril and a whiff of Scotch pies chasing through the East Stand. You know, I found this human connection that I'd been